This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast. I was used to strangers coming and going, so this shouldn't have felt any different. But instinctively, I had this feeling. I had 2 little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs, but it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The 2 officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. A question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. I'll preface this by saying that I've had many paranormal encounters since I was young, and many were also witnessed by the people I was living with or confirmed by neighbors. We had fallen on some tough times financially, and the only real affordable housing where my son could remain at his school that he loved were some really old apartments. The complex was built in the 1950s and was run down. It was a 2x2 split floor plan. My husband and I took the master bedroom with the bathroom inside, separate room though. The bedroom was always freezing. I could never stay warm in there, even though it's Texas and being from Wisconsin, I know what real cold is. The other rooms in the apartment were normal temperature. I never felt comfortable being alone in the apartment, mostly because I never felt alone. The living room wall with the TV on it was also our bedroom wall and the door. We always kept the bedroom door shut. I was in the living room watching TV alone. The spot I always sat in, I swear I could hear and see the bedroom doorknob rattle, like a gust of wind had been blown at it. Our AC unit was at the other end of the apartment, and there's just no vents or windows anywhere near the bedroom door. There was a coat closet door adjacent to the bedroom door in the entryway, and it never did the same thing. Just the bedroom doorknob would rattle. We lived on the second floor of the 2-story complex, so no one was above us. The people below us were incredibly quiet people. I never once heard them at all, yet alone slamming doors or windows that could have affected us. I was again sitting on the couch facing the bedroom door, reading. This time, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a human-sized black shadow. It crossed from my entryway, past the coat closet door, and right through the bedroom door, rattling the doorknob. I took my glasses off and tried to refocus, thinking there must be a smear or something on the glasses. There was nothing. I got up and went into the bedroom, and there was nothing. About a week later, the same thing happened, but this time, the shadow was only 2 or 3 feet high. Same path from the entryway, coat closet, right through the bedroom door, with the handle rattling again. Got up, went into the bedroom, and nothing was there. A few days later, I caught it again out of the corner of my eye. But it was just standing there, full-sized in the entryway, like it had been watching me. I only caught a glimpse this time before it disappeared, and this time I saw purple in its face, like purple eyes, although it could have been a scarf, a hat. I wasn't usually ever alone in the evenings, but my husband and son were both gone one night. I was watching TV in the living room, and I felt really anxious, like I wasn't alone. The bedroom door handle started rattling, along with the door shaking a little this time. I started getting pretty freaked out. I knew I needed to go check things out. I got up enough courage knowing that I had to go into the bedroom, and that the light switches are in the room, not next to the door. I needed to use the bathroom, which took going into the dark room to get the lights turned on. I took some deep breaths and opened the bedroom door. And as I went straight to the bathroom door in the dark, opened it up, I reached around to the left to flip on the light switch. What I felt instead in the dark was my hand go through some wet substance. I can only compare to jello-ish or hair gel-like. I was shocked, flipped on the light, went to grab a hand towel off the rack, fully expecting my whole hand to be soaked in something. It was dry. There was nothing different about the bedroom or the bathroom. Yet again, and the sensation of the gel stuff on my hand was gone. My middle daughter was over a few weeks later, sitting at my vanity in our bedroom, which was next to the bedroom door. I told her of my experiences and others. She's sensitive too to energies. I was getting dressed. She was putting on makeup. We were going out. She said, "Mom, the shadow just walked through the door, past me, and into the bathroom. It looked like an old woman." She was the only one who had ever seen it besides me. We actually ended up swapping bedrooms, so my son could have the larger master bedroom for friends to come over and play video games. After we switched bedrooms, I never saw the shadow again, and the other bedroom was always reasonably warm. To this day, I'm not sure what I put my hand into that night. I have an idea, but without proof, and being alone that night, they're only ideas. We moved a few months later. I've never seen the black shadow again. My brother is a firefighter. A few years ago, he responded to a call for a house fire. The neighbor had called in saying the vacant house for sale next door was on fire. The houses weren't too far apart, but not close enough where you could clearly see into the windows. The operator did tell them that you could hear his wife in the background yelling about seeing someone in one of the upstairs windows, but she seemed rather angry, saying that it was all the trash causing the fire to get worse. So, my brother and his co-workers arrived, and were all able to put it out. He said that there was no one inside, but it looked like there'd been a squatter living upstairs. So it was believed that the squatter caused the fire by accident in the bedroom upstairs, and he or she left after the wife saw him or her through the window. End of story, right? Nope. The damage wasn't terrible, so the house was eventually fixed and put on the market. A young couple bought it, and after a few months, the police responded to a call on the house by the same neighbors. The same man who had called last time called about hearing screaming inside, and the operator said that she could hear the wife in the background yelling about the woman puking everywhere. It ended up being a case of domestic violence, and things were handled accordingly. Apparently, one of the cops went over to talk to the neighbors about what they had heard and questioned how his wife had seen the woman puking when that didn't happen near the windows and the blinds were mostly shut. The guy looked confused, said that he didn't have a wife and had never had a woman living there. The recording of the 911 call was played back, and sure as shit, a woman was heard in the background. This story got back to my brother, and he did some digging. There was only one thing he could find that would give any sort of answer. The reason the house was put up for sale was because a middle-aged woman who had owned the house had died in the house. My brother actually got around to asking the neighbor about her. The neighbor said that she was a very neat person. Everything always had to be in its place, almost OCD, about her home and her things. I'm diving right into the middle of this one. If you set aside your skepticism, this will be easier to digest, but it's only right that I start here. Yesterday, when I went into the office, I found a sticky note on the monitor of my computer. I recognized the unique pink square that had been left by Camilla, our secretary that works the front desk. I pass by her every day, and I can't help but notice her wide collection of sticky notes in all different shapes and colors. The message on the paper only contained 2 words in Sharpie. The note had to have just been written, as I could still smell the strong chemical residue on the paper from the marker that she'd used to write, "Sister called." I stood there staring at that note, trying to fight back tears and figure out what it meant because my sister died last year. I think it's safe to say that nobody at my work knows any aspect of my personal life past my name, maybe that I like cats. And that could be derived from simply looking at the minuscule amount of decorations in my cubicle. I'm quite reserved when it comes to sharing personal things about myself at work. I think it's inappropriate to expect a group of coworkers to empathize with what goes on outside the office doors. Camilla wouldn't have had any clue as to how unnerving the message that she left was. It brought me to tears after reading it. It was an unexpected response I couldn't catch, like bumping a glass off the table. By the time I could process the fall, the tears were too fast to catch. I went to the bathroom to clean myself up, and then I went to ask Camilla about the sticky note that she'd left me. I tried to believe that she must have spoken to someone and misheard them, but when I got to the front desk, the sticky note was still in my hand. I knew she'd written it, but I still asked, "Was this from you?" Unable to think of a better way to inquire without telling why such a simple message gave me such confusion, Camilla looked at the message and told me, "Oh yes, 10 minutes before you got back in, a woman called, Jamie, called asking for you. Said she was your sister." I was speechless, and I felt the tears begin to fall down again. Camilla obviously saw them and gave me a weird look. I told her that I just hadn't heard from my sister in a while, and I guess I didn't know how much I missed her. None of which is a lie. Before Jamie's passing, her and I had been fighting, and the last time we'd spoke was at Thanksgiving the year before. There was so much I wanted to say to her, so much that she probably wanted to say to me. But either way, that call, I think it was her goodbye. This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community, found dead in the same horrific state, wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security, and overall, watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore. Through the dark of an unlit road, he looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushed stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." When I was 16, my parents got obsessed with the idea of living a healthier lifestyle. They started with gym memberships, but that got expensive and impractical. Instead, they started jogging twice a day, and that eventually led to hiking, which turned into a camping interest. Nowadays, most people do research on YouTube before diving into new interest, but my parents have always been learn-on-the-job people. Our first outing was to a campsite 20 minutes from our house. They had vending machines, outhouses, and fire starter logs all over the place. And I get it. There's a bunch of camping styles out there. But doing well at a site like this does not mean you're ready to buy an RV and drive into the middle of the woods. They had no clue how to service an RV, but let's start with the camping supplies. We had drinking water, but no food because we were going to live off the land. They bought candle lanterns to be more authentic. Well, guess what? You can't see shit with a friggin' candle. Worthless. Heaven forbid we have real flashlights. We had fishing poles, but no bait because nothing beats a fresh worm. As far as actually getting there, even my mom was appalled by the poor planning, though I'm not sure why she trusted Dad with it in the first place. He didn't actually pick a place or route. He just found a wooded area with a body of water on the map and drove to it. We drove around for a bit until we saw an ATV trail and went on it. A few miles deep, we got a flat tire. Dad put on a spare, the single spare, and we continued forward. About 5 minutes later, we got another flat. Dad said that we could make it on a donut, and off we went. Eventually, we ran out of trail, so you'd think that we'd circle back or camp on that spot, but no, my parents thought that we could squeeze in like it was a goddamn parking lot. We made it an extra 50 feet and lost a side mirror before they admitted defeat. The spot that we had to stop on was covered in roots. The back of the RV was noticeably higher than the front. It felt like walking around on one of those fun houses without the mirrors. There was no pond in sight, but it was supposedly a short hike ahead, which it was pretty generous to call it a pond, but it was there all right. Dad wanted to get some worms and fish for dinner, while Mom got a fire ready. Unfortunately, the ground was covered in so many roots and overgrowth that it was nearly impossible to dig. I didn't try too hard because I already knew that there was no fish in that oversized puddle, but there's no arguing with my dad when he's sure about something. After a half hour, he'd come up with 2 of the most pitiful worms I'd ever seen, and we got our lines in the water. That also took a few tries, because casting too hard put the hook on the opposite bank. Needless to say, we didn't catch anything. We went back to the RV when it started getting dark. Mom didn't have much more luck than we did. She had a pile of sticks that were too green to burn, and our sleeping bags were laid out over a maze of lumpy roots. We were all disappointed, but they said that it was part of the challenge. I don't think I've described the RV much, but it wasn't one of those nice ones that you see people glam camping or whatever it's called. No, this was already a rundown piece of shit even for the 90s. But I figured, hey, a lumpy twin mattress is better than the ground. It wasn't. As soon as I stepped inside, I was hit with the foulest smell. I ran back outside gagging. Turns out that my mom had taken a massive dump while we were fishing, and the toilet was backed up to the point of overflowing. Guess who had no idea you were supposed to empty the septic tanks on those things? That's right, my parents. It was fully dark by this time. This is when we learned just how bad the lanterns were, but my dad decided to check things out anyway. He opened a panel on the RV and started unscrewing things like he knew what he was doing. Next thing you know, a geyser of toxic sludge spews forth, covering my dad's legs and splashing all over me. I mean, just to make sure you understand exactly how disgusting it was, keep in mind that this wasn't just our waste. My dad didn't know how RVs work, so it wasn't emptied before we bought it. This was other people's shit all over us, and it's not like we could shower. That would be far too simple. Nope, we hiked back into the pond, fell a lot, and left our soiled clothes behind. We stumbled our way back to camp, but there was no escaping that smell. Finally, we decided to drag our sleeping bags up to the actual trail, the one that we drove off. I really can't stress how hard it was to navigate a strange forest with those damn lanterns, but at least the ground and air was better once we got up there. I was miserable and starving, so I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep, but I passed out pretty quick, until a group of drunk rednecks woke us up. Sometime after midnight, the roar of four-wheelers and laughter rudely ripped us from our uneasy slumbers. Their lights were on us before we could even sit up, so there was no hiding. There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us. They were aggressive, but also laughing, so I couldn't tell if they were actually dangerous or just messing with us. But it was both. They said that we were trespassing, asked us a bunch of questions like who we were, how we got there. My dad tried to speak with them, but I could tell that he was afraid, and that made me afraid. 2 of the guys were standing on either side of him while the other 2 positioned themselves behind me and my mom. They kept touching our hair and shoulders, giggling like schoolyard bullies. My dad tried to move closer to us, but the 2 by him kept blocking his way. When my dad explained about our RV problem, one of the guys took a flashlight into the woods to check it out. While he was gone, the others made jokes about paying rent. Said my mom and I could pay him if my dad didn't have any cash. At 16, I understood what that meant just fine. And that's when the real terror set in. At the time, I expected my dad to do something, but he was one small man against 4 huge guys. At least one of them had a gun on their waist, So there was really nothing that my dad could do besides try to talk our way out of it. When the guy came back from the RV, my backpack was slung over his shoulder, and it looked pretty full. He stole a bunch of our stuff, but none of us were dumb enough to complain. He told his buddies that we were really stuck there, and everyone started laughing again. They told us to get on their four-wheelers, and they'd take us to their house to use a phone, but obviously we didn't want to go anywhere with them. When we refused, they stopped laughing and tried to make us. They grabbed us. We started screaming, and there was the briefest struggle before we heard more four-wheelers coming our way. I thought things were going to get a lot worse, but the guys stopped laughing and let us go really fast, like kids dropping the cookies they were trying to steal. Suddenly, they were the nicest good old boys you'd ever met. A few minutes later, 2 older gentlemen appeared, and the whole atmosphere changed. They sent the other guys back to call us a tow and waited with us until it got there. By the time the sun came up, we had new tires, the RV was back on the road, and we drove straight the hell home. My parents sold the RV a few days later and found new hobbies. We never tried to go camping again. My first couple of years out of nursing school, I worked for a hospital near Pleasant Hill, Iowa. Rumors of the place being haunted circulated from the moment I started, but I was heavily focused on doing a good job and really tried to ignore the rumors. We started construction on the main wing of the hospital, probably halfway into my second year. During one of my shifts, I was walking through the construction area to get to the cafeteria. I saw a figure standing behind a section of long construction plastic hanging in front of me. I could hear him talking faintly. He seemed slightly distressed. Feeling kind of awkward, I moved the plastic to the side, fully prepared to excuse myself to the employee working. But there was nobody there. I quickly jumped back. The figure was gone. I skipped lunch that day. This year I have one and only one New Year's resolution. Don't piss off any more crazy customers. I'm hoping that's not too much to ask. I'm 26 and work for a major fast food chain. You know what, screw it. It's Taco Bell. If you can figure out which one based on just this post, then congratulations. You're clearly very special. I've worked there since I was 20, and I'm now one of the assistant managers because there's such a high turnover. My boss is the only person who's been there longer than me. Last year, he went home after a late shift to find a babysitter watching his 2 kids and asked where his wife was, but the girl didn't know. She was just hired to watch the kids until he got home. He eventually saw that her clothes and suitcases were gone and understood exactly what happened. But he hadn't remotely seen it coming. Since then, his sister's been helping him take care of the kids. Well, that was probably an unnecessary detour just to explain why he only works days and I only work nights. We're open 24 hours, so Michelle, the other assistant manager, actually switches between both, but that's not important. Needless to say, the later it gets, the drunker and usually crazier the customers become. You get the rowdy teens starting anywhere between 9 and 10. Most of them are either funny or spoiled dipshits, but they're harmless. Once you get the midnight crowd, however, it's time to buckle up. And when it hits 3 a.m., that's when the universe truly tests your mettle. When humanity is separated from the human, as if a sentient being were actually conducting a series of experiments purely to gauge your reaction. But then 4 comes around, and the clouds slowly begin to part as the wackos make way for the truckers and laborers, until finally you see the rising sun and know you survived another night. Thankfully, we close the inside part at midnight, but my boss remembers the days before that was a thing. He's told me stories of people pissing on and over the counter. A woman in a nightgown once came in, bought a small drink, and sat in the very back booth for 5 minutes before quickly leaving. Someone went to throw her drink away and discovered that she had shit all over the seat. Now, I might quit if I had to clean up something like that, but yeah, that's a great example of why we have a high turnover in the fast food industry. Well, that and because we're paid very little for our customers and employees to treat us like subpar humans, but that's a post for another day. I didn't mean to turn this into dark tales from Taco Bell, but some of this shit is just so wild I can't help but share. For instance, we're right off a road that runs parallel to a major highway, and one of our regulars is a homeless man named Earl. Every night around 11 or 12, he'll stand on the tiny parallel road's shoulder, just a footstep from the property line, and ask the passing by cars and our customers for money. He used to stand in our drive-through line to get people while they were forced to have their windows down, but he kept getting in trouble for that. He wasn't just a homeless man down on his luck, he was scary. If people didn't give him money, he would take out a knife and threaten to slash their tires, or worse. We're pretty sure that he was on crack or meth because of how jittery he got. Sometimes he looked like his entire body was vibrating. Twice we've had to call an ambulance because he messed with the wrong person and they beat him up. But for all the crazy we deal with, it's always at its worst on the holidays. Since it's about to be New Year's again, I thought I would mentally prepare for the upcoming weekend by sharing the story of what happened to us last year, even though it took me an unreasonably long time to get to it. Here goes. So when I got to work on New Year's Eve of 2022, I obviously had to work past midnight, and that's when things got really unhinged. I don't mean that there was just one incident either. I mean, there were times that I felt like we were on a hidden camera show because it was just that unbelievable. A group of about 5 teen boys came inside to eat around 11:30 and stayed until we had to ask them to leave just a few minutes before midnight. They'd been quiet and well-behaved the whole time, so we didn't really expect any trouble. They began gathering their trash. One went to the bathroom, while the other refilled his drink. We were already slammed at the drive-thru, so none of us were paying special attention to them. But then cheers erupted outside and the whole city was honking as the clock struck 12. And then those sorry brats set off a bunch of fireworks inside. Most of them were right in front of the counter, and one little prick threw one behind the counter. It's a miracle no one was hurt worse than Brenda. She thought the loud bangs were gunfire, and in her panic, she burned herself on the grill. The kids ran off immediately, but I got their plates off the camera and gave it to the police. The kids actually got in trouble, and the parents made them apologize later, so we had some justice. About an hour later, we had all calmed down and the mood was back to normal when there was a loud splat against the door, like something big and wet had been thrown into it. Turns out it was a huge glob of feces. I want to believe that it came from a very large dog, just because I cannot accept that someone was so upset over fast food that they collected their own shit purely to throw it at our door. I'm having a hard enough time accepting the fact that I now have my own shit story to tell others. Yeah, I didn't clean it up. When one of the guys was finally brave enough to go outside and hose it off, they found a note with a rock on top that said, "I said no fucking lettuce, asshole." So yeah, someone threw actual shit at us just because we forgot to hold the lettuce. It was only 20 or 30 minutes later when some woman pulled up to the window and refused to leave until I sent someone outside to look beneath her car. She didn't even order food. She waited in line just because she was positive that she'd ran over a gremlin and that it was hanging on under there, waiting for her to step out so it could slice her Achilles tendon. Her words, not mine. I normally hate catering to people like this, but we had a really long line, and it would have taken the police too long to deal with her. The only way to get on with our night was to have Ricardo go confirm that there was no gremlin. He went outside, bent down, and gave her the all clear, only to have her scream,
"You didn't even look,"
before throwing a glass of orange juice in his face. He yelled back that he hoped it got her, and I couldn't even be mad. Now, already, this has been a night full of news stories to share with friends, but the worst has yet to come, and this was actually terrifying. At 2:45, a man came through asking for a Whopper with cheese. At first, we thought it was a joke, but he wouldn't let it go. Darren spent almost a full 5 minutes arguing with this guy until he finally ordered a couple of tacos. When his turn came up in line, he was a little too far from the building and his window was rolled up. But he was driving an old clunker car, and we see people with broken windows do this all the time. It's really common for someone to step out in these situations. Well, that's not why this guy was getting out of his car. You can even argue that we should have realized this because of the night that we'd been having, but sadly, we just didn't. Darren opened our sliding window to get the guy's payment, and he reached inside, grabbed Darren's collar, and yanked him right through the small opening. It all resulted in the worst sounds that I'd ever heard. The yelling, different parts of Darren's body slamming into the window before being forced through, the creepy grunting and laughs of his assailant. 3 of our other employees rushed outside to pull the man off while we called the police. Darren had a fractured orbital and cheekbones, a dislocated shoulder, 2 broken ribs, several lacerations, and more bruises than he could possibly count. Our employees held the psycho down until the cops could arrest him, and he was screaming the entire time. At first, he was going to kill us and burn down the building, but when someone mentioned the police, his whole attitude changed. He was suddenly very apologetic and begged us to let him go, with promises that we would never see him again. Thankfully, we didn't listen to a word of it, because the police found a gun in his waistband. If our guys had let up for even an instant, the entire night could have gone much, much worse. The crazy bastard even laughed as they took his weapon away, bragging about how he'd almost gotten his hands on it when they first took him down, and how much he wanted to shoot their dicks off. So yeah, I put in for 3 days of PTO after that shift because it lined up with my next 2 days off, and I didn't leave my house during that entire time. I'm really hoping that this year turns out differently, but I'm taking along some pepper spray and a taser just to be safe. Wish me luck, and may your New Year's be safer and less eventful than mine. This took place about 12 to 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened, but I swear I remember it as clear as most days recently. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver, as I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I'd call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house reserve, and outside of this house was what appeared to be a hitchhiker. I obviously thought this was weird as hell, because being rugby season, it was pretty damn cold at 1 a.m., and due to the recent spat of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this hitchhiker because I thought that they would be safer crashing at my parents' for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is gonna sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is liken the face to an old, brown, leathery volleyball type thing. I felt my blood run cold, literally, as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was just, funny you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays, but she mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told about the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up from outside that house. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Anyhow, that's my story. Cheers. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay. That somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late. But the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I had written the whole thing off. And then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until remembering it was probably just my dad. Then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense, so I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity. And even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid. And I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But A few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. I used to work at a coffee stand while I was in college, and this happened during that unique time between Christmas and New Year's when everything is still busy, but the atmosphere is less stressed and more relaxed. One particular day, I was assisting a family, one that I was really familiar with. They consisted of a man and a woman who were husband and wife, both around the same age, and an older woman who I assumed was one of their mothers. The wife's mother, I thought, since they looked a lot alike. As the three of them approached, I asked if they'd be having their regular. I noticed that the man and the older woman seemed somber, while the wife appeared a bit out of place. She had a paler complexion than normal, giving the impression that she might be sick. Despite this, she wore a gentle and happy expression. The man confirmed that he'd have his usual. Despite their expressions, I made small talk, asking how their day was going, and the man responded politely but quickly, implying that he wasn't looking to make small talk. No one else said anything. I glanced up to see that he was walking away, his wife following close behind. They didn't leave the area, but instead sat near the stand at a picnic table. The older woman then stepped up and continued where the man had left off, saying that they were just out making some returns. More small talk ensued, and I was finishing up the final drink when I noticed the older woman looking especially sad. I asked if she had a punch card that they wanted to use. I knew that the wife had used one, so I mentioned that I could put the punches on her card. I knew her name was Amy, and I said that we kept it behind the counter. But the woman just stared down for a second, and I sensed that she was on the verge of tears. Worriedly, I looked into the crowd, searching for the couple. At first, I couldn't spot them, but suddenly the man appeared, this time alone. He gently took the older woman by the shoulder and reassured her that it was okay for her to go sit down. Then he reached for the drinks, of which there were 3. I handed them over, explaining which was which, but instead of grabbing them, the man looked somber, and then a small, subtle smile took over. He looked at me, and through tears he said, "Amy, my wife, non-fat vanilla latte. She's no longer with us. She passed away on Christmas." His voice suddenly trailed off, and so did his gaze. At that moment, a pang of sympathy was in my chest. Tears welled up in my eyes. I was feeling sad, but also, I'd seen his wife, like she was just with them that very day. No idea where she was at that moment, but I knew that I'd seen her earlier. Looking at the 3 drinks, I immediately realized I'd done something wrong. I apologized and lowered my gaze. Still visibly shaken, I searched around the store, but I couldn't find the woman to point out. As I thought about how the woman had looked, it suddenly dawned on me what was happening. Feeling a mix of confusion and guilt, I apologized again, but I told him I was sorry for his loss and I thought I'd seen her earlier. I offered to take the drink away, but he smiled and said that it was okay, that it would be nice for him to have it, to have something that she liked so much. I tried, but I couldn't hold back my own tears. It was embarrassing, but I couldn't help but feel immense pain and sorrow for this family. Suddenly, the older woman was grabbing my hand, and she said, "Your kindness is appreciated, you know." This was her favorite place to visit every morning. She managed a smile through her tears. We stood there for a moment, and though I didn't ask, I think they felt the need to tell me what happened. It was her heart, the woman said, explaining that her daughter had died suddenly and in her sleep. My own heart instantly felt heavy. This poor man had to find his wife deceased on Christmas morning, and now he was ringing in the new year without the love of his life. I told them I was so sorry for their loss and that the drinks were on the house. Before they walked away, visions of the woman from earlier raced in my head, and I found myself blurting out that she's always with you. I then asked my coworker to take over the register while I retreated to the nearby bathrooms to gather myself. When I left that day, I felt just chilly. It wasn't a scary experience, but rather a mind-bending one. I truly don't know how I saw her that day, but I am certain that the woman I saw was her. I grew up in an incredibly old farmhouse near York, Pennsylvania. It dated back to 1796. It was added on to and expanded almost 6 or 7 times. What began as a plot of 50 acres was trimmed down to 10 when I lived there, 2008 to 2018. I believe I experienced firsthand a prime example of an energy haunting or a possible poltergeist that latched onto me. I always felt a tangible sense of being watched or stalked everywhere I went in the house. I was shaking with fear at all times, if not occupied with something to do or having people around. This sensation, it didn't stop from the time I was 9 years old to 19 years old when I moved out. My father was a manipulator, a verbal and physical abuser, possibly bipolar, BPD. I would later discover I'm most likely the same way. I grew up incredibly sensitive. Everything was overly intense on all spectrums of feelings. Scary people were extra scary. Loud things were extra loud. I was able to be overly happy and also soul-crushingly sad. I began to suffer from severe manic depression, possible ADHD, and bouts of hysterical sadness that plagued my high school years. This has continued into adulthood, something I struggle to maintain grip of. My mother is a major empath, feels emotions incredibly intensely as well, good and bad. Things started mild, consistent footsteps and boards creaking all throughout the nights. When we were young, these examples were brushed off as old house, old bones from my parents. There was certainly old house dryness or energy stiffness. It felt unsettling when you were inside by yourself. It felt like the house was alive, yet somehow incredibly dead and heavy, with just, emptiness. All of my friends from their young ages through high school, they all said it just had a feel to it. This house has been lived in feeling, or an intimidating feel. The early years. My brother and I shared a room for the first few years. Around month 9 or 10 after moving in, our bedroom door was slammed nearly off the hinges in front of my wide-awake, alert eyes. It was around midnight on a Saturday. It was storming out, and all of the windows, they'd been closed, leaving no possible draft. My brother woke one night to use the bathroom when he was maybe 10 years old. Directly across from the toilet, you could see out the window and into the driveway about 20 yards away. He said he saw multiple shadow people moving around the area. We had a garage light that illuminated the space. He told me in tears the next morning. I was plagued with peripheral vision, shadow people, during the day. I was going insane thinking I was catching things out of the corners of my eyes. I watched a full-bodied, 10-foot black shadow move from the hallway light into the dark of my shared room along the wall. It moved along the wall like a rectangular, vertical blob of shadow energy. I watched it dissipate after staring frozen in fear for nearly an hour. My mom told me for years that she consistently heard old record music, 40s or 30s radio-esque tunes, coming from upstairs while alone during the day. My mom was a homemaker, so she spent her days cleaning and prepping meals, laundry, etc. Well, she was downstairs in the basement on 2 occasions when she reported to us that she heard an animal-like, heavy scurry across the floor of the house from above her, only to investigate and find no signs of activity upstairs. My dad had his back turned to the living room every morning when he would get ready for work, standing to eat breakfast at the kitchen island. His keys and belongings were in a drawer inside. He would leave early, around 4 or 5 in the morning. He said one morning he felt the hair stand up on his neck, like his gut told him something was behind him. He swears that he turned and he caught the tail end of a white gown or dress, like someone had just walked out of frame from the living room entrance as he turned to look. He started turning all of the downstairs lights on in the mornings. I want to tell the whole story and where it leads to. It's disturbing, but I hold great pride in what a great house it still was for my childhood experience. A house is a house. The things abiding in it are a different story. My middle school years. Just a loud bang. After my brother and I had split rooms, I used to go into my bedroom closet, and if I knocked on the wall, he would hear it against his bedroom wall. He knew it was me every night, and he'd still get super spooked. This was a ritual for a few weeks. This happened one night. He got particularly upset and screamed to stop. My dad yelled from downstairs to knock it off and to go to bed. I stepped into the bathroom to brush my teeth, and I heard the loudest slam I couldn't have conjured in my head. It was like an anvil was pushed off of a shelf and onto the floor, or like a car had slammed into a telephone pole. My brother screamed, "I told you to stop!" My heart sank into my stomach, and I was immediately flooded with tears. I begged my father to believe it wasn't me that time. The cuckoo clock. I had friends sleeping over downstairs in the living room with me. We were hanging out late one night, and we had this amazing old German cuckoo clock. It was on the wall. It hung for decoration. It never worked. I went upstairs to get some toiletries for the night, and I heard a loud giggling from beneath me. I came back, and there was noticeable chatter and shrieks for a moment. "What's up?" I asked, and they replied, "Your clock went off and it scared the shit out of us." I told them, "That clock doesn't work. It's never worked." They fully described the doors opening, the little men dancing, making music, and then it stopped. In the middle of me saying something like, "That's not possible," it went off as I was standing beside it. We got rid of the clock. "She's coming down the stairs." That very night, we were all asleep in the living room. The wooden boards of our staircase were so old and creaky, it was actually obnoxious to walk on. It was so loud to traverse the steps, it would likely wake someone up. One of my friends woke to the sound of slow, heavy creaks, one by one, down the staircase. There may have been one living room lamp light on, but as you looked into the kitchen, the lights would have been pitch black, and the staircase off to the left was accessed from the kitchen. He heard the last step at the bottom make a noise, and then silence, as if someone had stepped onto the relatively quiet ceramic tile of the kitchen floor. No one appeared to be in view, Frozen in fear, he called out my dad's name. It was the only foreseeable person to be coming down so heavy-footed in the middle of the night. He called out a second time and gets no answer. He never heard anyone go back up the stairs. He stared into the kitchen, paralyzed. He told us the next morning that he turned all the lights on and waited out the night. He didn't come back for a few weeks. The progression was slow, few and far between, but when things happened, they were so intense and noticeable you didn't forget them. Rising tensions with my father, coming of age, and inner issues began to plague my subconscious. Starting high school, dating, pressures, sports, doing horrible in school, all compounded to the hours I spent locked in my room, night after night, for years, drowning in self-pity and hatred and sadness, only to be interrupted by hanging out with friends or family gatherings. I was an incredibly happy and popular kid who was already building this inner alter ego whom only I knew. The real kid, suffering alone. High school, 2013 to 2015. Walking in your sleep. I began sleepwalking again about this time, something I hadn't done since I was very little. Now, some 6'2", and mostly grown, it was probably a sight to see. My mother reported me coming downstairs on 2 occasions and looking at her with nothing eyes and mumbling under my breath shortly after going to bed. I'd crawled into my parents' bedroom, nearly naked. I'd woken up in the bathroom another time. The list goes on. Not once did I have any momentary recollection of these happenings. First contact. I was screaming into a pillow until I couldn't stay awake anymore. I was crying until it felt good to fall asleep. I was stressed, sleep-deprived, anxious, and drowning in priorities. I believe certain people are energy hotspots. People in low places, having the power to send a beacon to spirits or entities that are wanting to latch onto something with a feed potential. I began counseling treatment for chronic depression. This is always why I believed that other than my brother and father's one-off experiences, my mother and I had the most consistent reportings of things happening. We were beginning to be called crazy or egging it on. I slept with my phone beside me on a nightstand every night, face down with a rubber case. I woke to the sound of a sudden rumble or patter, crash, from across the room. Something heavy that had hit the floor and tumbled around for a moment. I reached for my phone, and it wasn't there. In the dark, I stood and walked to the light switch by the door, across the room by 12 feet. And at the foot of the door was my cell phone. I was baffled. How could it have just fallen off the nightstand, but traveled 10+ feet? And it didn't roll there. It was dropped there, like it had been airborne for a moment. After a few moments of lying in confusion, it was as if somebody blew a hard exhale in my left ear, like a hot, breathy pressure that was immediate. I slapped the side of my face in a jerk reaction. I just felt really helpless. Second contact. On a separate night, I woke to the sound of a parachute pants-like whoosh, like something of that material was being rubbed or dragged, and felt a slight pressure sensation at my feet. I've always tucked the end of my bed sheets in because I like that locked-in feeling when I sleep. I reached for my cell phone flashlight to quickly scan the room, and with my own eyes, I saw the corner of my bed sheets sticking straight out towards the center of the room, like someone was pulling it off of me. The split second I flashed the light onto it, it dropped immediately. I was too scared to speak, to call for help, to do anything. I didn't move for a few hours, terrified beyond belief. There's more to the stories the rest of the time we spent there, but I'll have to write that out at another time. Thanks for reading. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes and a sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant, and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd, as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door, and it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. I ordered myself a mystery box off the dark web, originally intended to be filmed as content for a YouTube channel that I was trying to get started back in 2018. Most of the videos capturing these unboxings are staged, satire for clicks with fake half-ass content creators opening boxes and finding murder weapons or human fingers. There's just no reason someone would have to mail that out upon request. Watching these was half the reason I wanted to start my own channel. Seeing the amount of hits they got on some of these videos was deplorable to the actual substance the video contained. Oh my God, guys, a real note written in a serial killer victim's blood. Fuck you, no it's not. I thought, if I do a real dark web mystery unboxing, I'd surely get tons more views. So I downloaded a Tor browser and did some research of my own. It was easy to find people selling different kinds of mystery boxes, actually. I found 2 within my price range and placed the order. 6 weeks later, the first mystery box arrives. I spent hours getting the camera and lighting positioned just how I wanted it for the first video. To make the experience as authentic as possible, I went live. I had enough hashtags to fill a book, and it was working because a few people had already gone into my live. Some people were showing up in anticipation for the big reveal. The box I put on the table for all to see was a medium-sized, unsuspecting cardboard box, about as big as a shoebox, but not a shoebox. It opened from the top. My heart was racing as I cut the tape with a small razor blade. I know there were only 5 or 6 other people watching at this moment, but it felt like 1,000,000 people were waiting to be entertained. Make it or break it time. Whatever was inside this package, I prayed would go viral enough to launch me into YouTube stardom. I turned the box upside down, and the contents fell onto my kitchen table for all to see. What fell out was a black flash drive, a small plastic machine someone in the chat would identify as a card skimmer, and 2 white pieces of paper with 20 different bank card numbers and their adjoining information. After the viewer told me what a skimmer was, I quickly put the pieces together as to what I'd illegally purchased from the dark web, and now I'd put it on display for the whole world to see, my crime of stupidity. I quickly turned off the live stream feed and tried to delete the video from my channel before I had people showing up at my door. Luckily, the couple of people who were watching didn't care enough to report what they'd seen. 2 more weeks would pass before I'd receive the second package. That would be 8 weeks total, waiting for this mystery box to show up. By the time it got there, I'd already kind of forgotten about ordering 2. The first experience must have diminished my anticipation to such a level that I'd completely blocked out how eager I was to get my channel started. It was delivered in the early morning while I was out jogging in the neighborhood. When I got back, it was sitting on my doorstep. The box was a deep maroon. It was about the size of a men's dress shirt box. There was no imagery, no addresses, nothing. I still don't know how the box got on my doorstep without my address being on it or any address. I brought it inside, feeling a sense of resentment, remembering I had impulsively spent money on this mystery box idea. Instead of going directly live this time, I decided to open it up first. If there was anything worth setting the camera up for, I'd just fake it. On the kitchen table, I slowly opened the maroon lid and looked inside. The shallow box is mostly filled with packing peanuts, and they spill all over the floor when I put my hands in to feel around. The mess continued to grow until my fingers ran across a VHS tape. I pulled it out. The maroon box would be empty besides the remaining packing peanuts left inside. I didn't have a VHS player. That meant I'd have to go find one in order to see what was on the video, in order to figure out if I'd had anything for my channel, or if I truly did waste $200. I was up early, and the sun still hadn't risen that morning, so I had to wait hours before a pawn shop opened and I could buy a VHS player. It would be early afternoon before I'd actually get to pop the tape in and watch it. I click the play button, and the screen illuminates a glowing black. Scan lines jitter randomly on the screen until the first image of the film replaces the black. The quality is poor, and the scan lines still roll up and down, pushing the picture on the screen. But I immediately knew the location being shown on my TV. I'd seen this place before, in small clips the news broadcasted years ago. Grainy security footage of an American high school cafeteria. Then the video would change to another scene of tragedy. Horror films via security cameras, low-resolution cell phone videos, and webcams, they all began flashing in front of me in a looping compilation, as if I'm watching them all happen at once. The video lasted under 2 minutes, but to this day, I can recall every disgusting frame on the reel. When the video was over, the tape stopped, and I was truly upset inside. The inhumanity got me to actually cry. When my nerves settled, I was able to think about it in retrospect. What was I expecting to receive from the dark web? If anything, I should have been grateful for my findings. What was on the video was footage easily found on one of those rotten.com websites that were up on the internet in the 90s. If you had an older brother or a friend with an older brother in the late 90s, early 2000s, you were definitely shown the classic Scar Me for Life video clips. The tapes were those, but a whole bunch of different situations. Some I could identify, some I couldn't. All equally as gory and heart-sinking as the one before. But still, more of what I realistically expected when making the purchase. Unfortunately, it was a little too extreme for what I was hoping for, so I broke the tape and tossed it in the garbage. I was never going to watch it again, and I didn't want it sitting around on my movie shelf. And it for sure wasn't getting uploaded online. 2 days later, another maroon box showed up on my doorstep. I'm confused, and again the box is absent of any address or identification of any kind. Inside, it's another VHS tape. As much as I don't want to, I find myself pushing the tape in and pressing play on the machine. Once again, quick scenes of death and carnage skipped around on the screen. I dove over and pressed stop on the player. I ejected the tape and repeated what I did to the first one. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. They were completely different videos from the first tape, all comparatively equal in nausea-inducing point of views. I didn't want to keep receiving mail like this. I got back on the tour and tried to retrace my steps to the vendors I'd bought the mystery boxes from, but they were gone. The names and items changed around by the hour. I'd never be able to find it. I was at a loss as to what to do next besides wait and hope another package didn't show up. The next day, something told me to cut my run short, and as I neared my house, I saw there was another maroon package by the door. I was admittedly terrified beyond belief. This box was shaped smaller than the other two, and when I lifted it, it felt lighter as well. Bringing it inside, I opened it before I even got to the table. Inside the box were 3 Polaroids that perfectly fit within the dimensions of the box, forcing me to turn it 180 degrees to dump them out. With one hand, I turned the box over, and with the other, I caught the 3 photos, and I stared at the first one. Most of the photo was black, except a large, yellow, blurry square. I couldn't make out what it was. I set the box down and flipped to the next Polaroid. This one was further away, still dark and barely visible as to what the photo shows, but the same yellow square sits in the center. The yellow square is smaller this time, but I begin to see that it's the window of a house. The pictures are taken from the outside looking into an illuminated home. The last photo was the most clear, and the one that will haunt me forever. The Polaroid was of me somewhere on one of my morning jogs. I don't know when it was taken. I don't know how it was taken without my knowledge, but it was clearly me, and my hands are on my knees and hunched over, catching my breath. They must have been on my left when they took this picture. I obviously deleted anything that had to do with the Tor browser, and I stopped jogging after that day. I never received another Ramoon package after that. I've always been curious if they stopped delivering because they knew I was staying home. I stayed inside and out of view for over a week until I had to physically go out and get groceries or I'd starve to death. I used up all my sick time and vacation time with that catatonic dread. Honestly, I still feel really lucky that nothing worse happened. But I guess this would just be my warning to anyone who's thinking about using the dark web. Just don't. Hey everyone. I'm not sure if this counts as a let's not meet, but I have a good cautionary tale that will raise some hairs. I'm a 20-year-old female, but this happened 2 years ago when I was still in high school as a senior. I always knew the dark web existed. I just didn't have any particular interest in it until my friend used it at her cousin's house. Came back with a bunch of wild stories. Well, some of them were just a little too crazy, so I decided to check it out for myself. I had a little trouble downloading Tor, but it's almost scary how easy everything was after that. There's quite literally nothing off limits. If you can imagine it, someone's uploading videos of it. If a terrible accident is caught on film, it gets uploaded to YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, everywhere. But the clips are cut or blurred to avoid showing anything really gruesome. Not on the dark web. They don't have trigger warnings or content advisories. Whether or not you see someone's head being removed is based solely on you. The safety nets are gone. I don't want to say the actual website, partly because of what happened when I spoke to police, and partly to prevent anyone else from enduring what I went through. But imagine if YouTube didn't have any restrictions. People post whatever they want, and nobody can regulate their content. Let me tell you, there's some sick shit out there. At first, I clicked some pretty off-the-wall titles, assuming that they had to be clickbait, like burn down my ex-boss's house, fuck you, Debbie. But no, they're real. That one showed a man literally breaking into a home and burning it down. He piled obstacles in the hallway so that it would be harder for the woman to escape. Then, he poured gasoline all around the front door, leading back through the house and out the rear door. The whole time, there's a voiceover describing how the woman had fired him on his birthday, so he waited for her birthday to fire her, and about how the company will never be able to replace him. You know, the typical narcissistic rant. So, if it wasn't clickbait, it had to be staged, right? Nope. I Googled the woman's name, and I read all about how the ex-employee had burned her house down. Thank God she survived, and the man, he was caught the next day. No way I could stand watching any of the assault videos, but they were by far the most common. It was so bad that I tried reporting it to the police, but they already knew about the site, which is painfully obvious now. If an 18-year-old found it in 5 minutes, no shit the actual authorities knew about it. I was just so shocked. That experience satisfied all of my curiosity about the dark web and more. I was perfectly happy to delete Tor and never think about it again. But later that night, a Skype message appeared while I was doing my homework. "Why did you call the police?" My heart stopped. I'd been way too embarrassed to tell anyone about the call. I blocked the account. But another one popped up immediately after, and it said my mom's phone number followed by, should I talk to her instead? I asked who they were, what they wanted, to which they said, to make my customers happy. After a short pause, they added, "How can I do that if you're trying to involve the police?" Even now, I'm not sure which site or video belonged to that guy. I tried to tell him that I already deleted the browser, but he didn't believe me. He knew I deleted the desktop icon and not the program. Yes, I'm an idiot who didn't understand the difference, but that's not the point. The point is he knew. It turns out the guy knew a lot more because he had access to my computer. Once I realized the webcam was on, I panicked and held down the power button until it shut off. Afterwards, I talked to Hannah's cousin and learned that the website I used to view the videos was less like YouTube and more like LimeWire. I wasn't streaming. I was downloading those videos, along with God knows what else, and it let someone into my computer. Now, while that does suck really bad, there was a bright side. All I had to do was keep the computer off until I could afford to have it fixed, right? A few days later, the asshole texted me a picture of myself getting dressed right after a shower. It was taken with my webcam and captioned, "Miss you." I cried for a long time over that one. I still can't stand to think about all the places those videos must exist. How many screen grabs have been created from the footage? I've tortured myself trying to remember what all I may have done in front of that camera, but there's no point in obsessing over what can't be changed. I blocked the number and all of those ones that came after it. Each one was a bit more threatening than the last. Finally, he insinuated that he would send the pictures to my boss if I didn't answer, so I replied. The exchange was almost the same as the first one, only now he wanted access to my phone to keep an eye on me. I said he could send my pictures to the Pope, but he wasn't getting into my phone. Over the next couple of days, I received strange friend requests on all my social media accounts, and double the amount of phishing scams. But I didn't click on shit. Everyone said it was probably some horny virgin in his mother's basement, that he would get bored and move on to some other poor girl if I just ignored him. So I kept blocking every number until there was no more texts. The very next day, an old car followed me from school all the way to my apartment complex. I should have driven away sooner, but I made a loop and drove back onto the highway. Instead of following me out, the car parked right in front of my building. Unsure what to do, I drove down to a gas station and back again to find that it was gone. Convinced I was being paranoid, I parked and went inside. What were the odds I ran into someone who lived close enough to physically screw with me? It's not like I live in a major city. That night I got dressed for bed around 11, and the second I turned off the light, I got another text message. This time it was a picture of me walking inside earlier. That changed everything. This guy wasn't someone on the other side of the world. I wasn't imagining being followed. This was an actual true crime podcast in the making, and I did not want to play. I went to the police again, and they made an official report with the list of numbers I'd blocked, screenshots of the messages I still had. But there's nothing that they could do yet. Basically, something terrible had to happen before they could really get involved. But that brings me to the final encounter. I was on my way home from work. It was only 8 o'clock, so not exactly late. There's a long stretch of road that's pretty secluded, and people usually like to speed. It's a completely straight 2-lane, so it's really easy to pass if someone's going slow. But I was doing 60 when a pair of headlights came zooming up behind me. I actually braced myself because I thought they were going to rear-end me, but they slammed on their brakes at the last second. Once there was a little space between our cars, they sped up and slammed on the brakes again. I knew it had to be that guy. I wanted to call 911, but I was afraid to look away from the road for even a second. My vision was blurred with tears, but I couldn't pry either of my hands from the wheel. Halfway down the road, the car got behind me and accelerated once more. Only this time, it didn't stop. It smashed into my bumper and almost sent me into the guardrail. It was more luck than anything that I regained control before a collision. I was screaming bloody murder as the car slowed down. I knew that he was getting ready to hit me again, but I didn't know how to avoid the impact. When it came, it was even harder than the first one, and my car was sent spinning. When the world was still again, my vision was filled with blue flashing lights, and the guy's taillights were just visible as they rounded the corner at the end of the road. An officer came to my window while his partner spoke into her radio, but they didn't find the guy. I haven't heard from him since that night, but if those cops hadn't been trying to catch speeders, I don't think that I would have survived that encounter. Don't forget, all of that happened because I decided to fuck around on the dark web. Once. It's like the meth of the internet world. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said, he interrupted, "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me, I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. I just saw the strangest thing happen. Thankfully, my husband was driving, so he saw it too. Clear as day. He and I were driving home from the store. We live at a pretty high elevation, and it's been snowing off and on. It's coming down as I'm writing this, but it was only sprinkling lightly while we were driving home. Some accumulation on the grass, things like that. There's a small gravel road behind the grocery store that wraps around to the main street. I was sitting in the passenger seat. We're both looking straight out the window. The winds had been consistently moving the small flakes around, but in front of us, it looks like a focused breeze is swirling a pile of snow. It begins to gather and take the shape of a person walking towards the car. I quietly stared at it in complete disbelief. I thought my eyes had possibly deceived me by mixing the snow on the windshield with the background. But then my husband points to exactly where I'm staring and says, "What's going on over there?" We're about 20 yards away and already driving extra slow. I hate using this as a reference, but I literally can't think of another way to describe what we were watching, other than it looked like when Thanos does that snap thing and turns everyone to dust. It was like that, but reversed, and pure white snow. It was a fully formed, thin, human-shaped figure by the time we approached it. Then, all the snow separated again and fell straight down, just before it reached my passenger window. We were both dumbstruck. My husband never lost pace with the 10 miles per hour speed limit on the road. A little further down, we saw another person forming. This one was walking at an angle, in a different direction, further down the road. We watched again as gusts of wind blew the snowflakes around to create another human shape, but unique to the first one we saw. This one was taller, had broad shoulders. Then, like the first one, after a few seconds of exiting, becoming whole and walking a short distance, the wind scattered the flakes around, back to the grass. We didn't feel threatened or any impending doom. Uneasy, yes, and maybe if more started collecting around us, my account would be different, but mostly I was like, what the hell is happening over here? I'm a bit angry I had to witness something my mind couldn't process. Does snow stick to ghosts? Could this be paranormal? Because me and my husband, both hands down without a doubt, saw two different figures form and disappear in the snow. I can't wait for summer. I've always kind of been fascinated by the mysteries of the deep sea, so when the opportunity arose to scuba dive in the murky depths of the Puget Sound, I couldn't resist. I knew very little about scuba diving, but I'd had an instructor with me, two in fact, as well as a small group of other very beginner divers. It was a super misty morning. A layer of fog was still over the water when we'd walked our way in. I was from Everett, but Mukilteo practically sits right beside it, but it's got some of the most beautiful views and a spot well known for diving. Right between a beautiful hotel and some off-limits oil docks. The area is rather peaceful, to say the least. compared to the main beach or the lighthouse park. I found myself descending into the chilly waters off the coast. We weren't head under quite yet, but I could hardly wait to explore the world just beneath me and surrounding me. There was a period of time where I felt so comfortable I almost lost focus on the instructor and what they were saying. Luckily, it was all repeated. Finally, submerged. It was much quieter than I expected it to be. Only the sound of my own breathing through the gear mingled with the almost eerie silence. I navigated the underwater space through the kelp forests. I realized it was also darker than I expected. Everything, including myself, swayed with a gentle current. I was calm, and then I wasn't. An unexplainable unease began to settle within me. It was as if an invisible force would snatch me into the darkness at any given moment. It felt as if I was being watched for sure. I tried to tell myself, you're with people. It's probably just an actual person. Though I knew deep in my gut, the same gut screaming for me to get away. There wasn't a fellow diver in those dark shadows of the water, but someone, something, watching my every move, was in the shadows. Just as I was about to resurface, a spectral figure materialized before me, underneath the surface. The ghostly apparition was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Translucent and ethereal, much lighter than the shadow it seemed to emerge from. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow. And at first, I thought it was some sort of jellyfish, but I saw its eyes, as piercing as any bright light. Just for a moment, they were fixed on me, causing me to increase my speed to the surface. Still, I was so curious about what I'd seen. Surely those weren't eyes. Now that I'd had a moment to think, I considered that maybe I had in fact seen another diver, that the light had been their headlamp, too, somehow. I didn't have mine on at the time, but maybe I should have. I lowered myself closer to the seabed, trying to capture a glimpse of its presence again. But as I descended, to my sheer horror, the apparition was directly in front of me. At first, I thought it was mirroring my movements, but I realized, whatever it was swimming away. I rose to the surface again, realizing most of the divers were to the northeast of me. I was the furthest back. I swam closer to the group and descended underwater. I realized even from a distance the divers were much clearer. I could see their details clearly underwater. They weren't remotely transparent or shimmering in any way. I decided to try my luck one more time. I swam back in the direction I just explored, but I felt someone grab my leg. I was completely unprepared for the sensation, and it caused me to panic underwater. Summoning some remaining courage, I propelled myself away from the grip on my leg, my heart pounding in my chest. And even though I had oxygen, I felt like I couldn't breathe, like I needed air. I felt it again, a strong pull on my leg. The water's current seemed to conspire against me, suddenly pushing me further into the sound, away from the safety of the surface, further away from the rest of the group. Just as I thought all hope was lost, an eerie stillness settled around me. There was no longer a grip on my leg, and I seized the opportunity to swim upwards with all of my might. Breaking through the surface and touching shore, I removed my headgear and gasped for air. Up to that point in life, I'd almost drowned twice. Been stung by a kind of jellyfish that hurt, and been thrown from a four-wheeler into a metal shed. But at that moment, my body was trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and relief like I'd never felt before. I don't doubt that the Puget Sound is a beautiful ecosystem worth exploring, and it's got several good spots. I've just never been back to that spot in particular. The memory of the underwater encounter, it's still vivid in my mind. I decided that I didn't really need to know what it was. Honestly, The moment it tried to pull me under or away, just pull it all, I was done. I've heard stories of doppelgangers, glitch in the matrix stories. I've always been fascinated by them. I used to wonder, why don't more people have these experiences? And then one day, I had one of my own. A doppelganger event or shift in time, reality, whatever it was, it happened to me. A little bit of context first about myself and where I live. I'm a 20-year-old guy, tall, broad shoulders, brown hair. I live in a small English village in the countryside. It's the kind of place where you don't see many new people living there. I've lived there my entire life, and I see the same regular people going about their lives on a regular basis. Anyways, back to the story. I walked from my house just on the edge of the village to the local shop to get some groceries. It was midday, and the weather was quite dull and gloomy. Everything was going normal until I walked back from the shop. I'm walking on the path outside of an old church. I carry on walking down the path ahead of me, but I have the option to cross the street and walk on the other path that leads to the same route that I was going to, just a different way. Anyway, as I think about crossing over, I look into the distance not too far away from me, and on the other side of the path, I see me. This person is the same height and build as me, and they're wearing the same clothes. I was wearing a green wax coat and black trousers, and so was the guy ahead of me, on the other side of the road. He also had the same brown hairstyle as me. My mind was racing about what could be happening. I then noticed that the guy ahead is carrying the same shopping bag as I am. I am then surprised to see this person that looks just like me and wave at an old woman who was walking the same path as I was, but was ahead of me in the opposite direction. I walked past the old woman, and then I decided to cross the road to follow the other me. But as I'm about to, a black car drives by, blocking my view. I decided not to go the same way as the other me because I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't. As I make the decision not to go the way that the guy that looks like me went, he disappears, just vanished, the moment that I decided not to go that way. I didn't see him disappear. It was like he was never there. But I still had the vivid memory of the event. It was like by suddenly deciding not to go that way, I changed time. I moved quickly ahead to see where he was, but this other me is nowhere to be found. I look in the driveways of people's houses, and he wasn't in any of them. There's nowhere for him to go. My mind was blown. As I walked back, I had the most eerie feeling and got quite creeped out. I think I had a time slip, that I was seeing into a possible future, but by changing my mind and not going that way, that never happened, so the other me disappeared. But one thing that I could not figure out was who was the old woman that he was waving at. I don't know her, and I walked past her, but when I walked past her, she didn't seem surprised or shocked that she saw two of me. Who she was is also a mystery. When I was 18 in the mid-2000s, a guy sat next to me on the train as I was heading back to university. And for the whole journey, he kept talking about things that didn't quite make sense. I felt like I knew him, and he was talking as if I was a long-lost friend. He didn't seem to have any mental health issues. He was intelligent. He seemed to speak about things that connected with me on a deep level. He kept drinking small bottles of whiskey, the kind that you can get on the train. And he seemed to be enjoying everything that was happening, like it was all new to him. His confidence was off the charts, not in a player type of way, but as if he was from a slightly more free and socially advanced culture. There was a definite vibe of, he's not from here. The tone of the conversation for the hour-long trip, it was him both teaching me about life and building my confidence up, which I felt was strange given that I had no idea who he was. The whole time I felt a strange sensation that there was some sort of different vibration about him, like he didn't quite fit into his surroundings and all the other people, almost on a molecular level, like there was a bubble around him. It was very odd. For reference, he appeared to be in his late 20s, wore black, had black facial hair and black, not long but not short hair, and he had a very healthy vibe about him. Eventually, we arrived at the station, and as I was getting off the train, he put his hand on my shoulder, looked into my eyes with reverie, like I was some kind of holy figure, and he said, "You're a great person." And I felt genuine emotion from him that was far too strong for the circumstances. Then he walked away, the wrong way, and disappeared into the crowd. I looked for him through the people, but I couldn't see him at all. He just disappeared. For years, I've wondered if he was some sort of time traveler that came back to give me a message. Who knows? Maybe he was. Has anyone else experienced anything similar? Or can you shed any light on what this could have been? In 8th grade, I used to babysit for my next-door neighbor sometimes after school. We lived in an apartment complex, and they were literally the door next to mine. We shared a wall and everything. The occupants were a single mother and her 6 or 7-year-old son, Adam, who only stayed with his mom every other week or weekend. Usually, I would pop over after school just as Mom was about to leave for work, and Adam would get dropped off by the bus. I'd spend about 4 hours watching him, or on Fridays I'd watch him for several hours, and sometimes fall asleep over there. As a 13-year-old, I wasn't incredibly observant of family dynamics, but I did notice that after doing this routine for most of my 8th grade year, I started seeing a man going in and out of the apartment. Originally, I thought maybe this was Adam's dad, but I was curious why I'd never seen him before. The next time I babysat, I learned that the man was Mom's boyfriend. I asked Adam if he liked the man, and he said, "Sure, he's nice." And he was right. The man was nice. And it was thanks to Mom's new boyfriend that my babysitting schedule dwindled a bit, and more mom time was made available. I thought that this was great for everyone. I would see them less and less, but every time I did, they looked really happy, especially Adam. Towards the end of the year, my schedule for babysitting became mainly Fridays. For a while, everything seemed really normal by the standards of a 13-year-old, until it wasn't. Remember how I said that we shared a wall? Well, this meant that we could hear everything above talking voices, and we could hear a lot of yelling. It was always during the times that Adam wasn't home, which I thought was a good thing and therefore didn't pay much attention to it. My parents are sort of mind-your-own-business sort of people. But on the same hand, my dad is very much someone who wouldn't tolerate hearing someone else in trouble. I'd often walk into the dining room or living room and see my dad sitting at the kitchen table, almost like he was trying to decipher what was going on, ready to act in an instant. Part of me didn't understand the big deal, but I didn't realize my parents were sort of shielding me from hearing most of it. Soon after all the fighting started, but before the end of the year, my parents told me they didn't want me babysitting for Allison anymore. I was pretty upset because, though I didn't see much of Allison herself, I really liked spending Friday nights with Adam. He was sort of like a little brother, and I always wanted a younger sibling. My parents offered minimal explanation, but I started to put together that it had to do with Adam's family, not Adam or me. Several weeks went by where I wasn't watching Adam. In fact, I hardly saw him, and I started to ask my parents why that was. However, they just told me that he must have been spending time with his dad. Then we stopped seeing the guy, the boyfriend, suddenly. No one asked what happened with the guy, but the apartment was quieter, and Adam was back to being there every other week. On a Friday, it was almost summer, Allison had asked my parents if I could watch Adam after school that day, just for a couple of hours. She was working her last shift, and her and Adam would be moving back to Spokane within the week. It was basically my last chance to see Adam, and with the dude out of the picture, my parents agreed. Why not one last hurrah? I was so excited I could hardly wait for school to get out that day, and I almost made it. It was the last 30 minutes of the last period of the day, and just as I was looking at the clock, a voice came over the intercom. The voice was naming a handful of students, requesting they report to the office immediately. There were strict instructions not to leave campus if our name had been called. I had no idea what was going on. Nothing like this had ever happened before, especially so close to the end of the day. I found myself walking towards the office with a group of people I soon recognized. They weren't all of my friends, but instead they were all my neighbors. Every kid whose name had been called was someone who lived in my apartment complex, and none of us had any idea what was going on. We all sat around a large table in the principal's office, a place I'd rarely seen the inside of. Even though I was sure I wasn't in trouble, I had a really bad feeling. I felt overly nervous, and I'd learned later I was experiencing anxiety, and what I'd have even later on, anxiety attacks. However, soon enough our vice principal was in the office with us and told us that there had been an incident at our apartment complex this afternoon. The details at this point were incredibly limited, but the gist of it was that the school was working with the police to determine when it was safe to release us. I should mention my school sat right next to my apartment complex, so we were a group of kids who usually walked to and from school. Slowly, over the next hour, kids' parents were picking them up, and others were given the okay to walk home. Soon it was just myself and my downstairs neighbors, Martin and his little brother Christian, who were left behind. My parents usually didn't come home until about an hour after I was done with school, so I was used to walking home and being alone or going straight to Allison and Adam's, same with Martin and his brother, as we'd usually walk home together. But for some reason, today, the school wouldn't release us until our parents could pick us up. We still had no idea what was going on. It would stay that way for a while, until finally my dad came to pick me up. But we didn't go straight home. Instead, my dad took me to Starbucks and ordered me a Frappuccino. He never did this. I knew something was up. We parked, and he explained to me that our floor was currently a crime scene, that our family was okay, but that our apartment was currently off limits to the police. He reiterated that our family was okay, but that Allison's family, Adam's family, they weren't okay. He said we were going to go to the beach for a while, wait for my mom to get off of work, and he's going to explain it to me. On the way, he told me the whole truth. A truth that would be repeated on the news for weeks and weeks before news cycles found something else tragic to report on. Allison had been murdered, and her ex-boyfriend was the murderer, a murderer who had also killed himself. It wasn't just a murder that happened behind closed doors, though. The man had attacked Allison while she was in the shower. It's still unclear how he got into the apartment, but rumor was that the apartment's front office may have made the mistake of giving him a spare key. Allison had managed to escape her apartment at one point, proceeded to run around the parking lot screaming for help. Allison was being chased. Apparently, it was also the front office that noticed the horrifying event taking place in the parking lot. A knife-wielding man chasing a naked woman through a parking lot. He eventually captured her and managed to get back upstairs and into her apartment. They were only inside for a few moments before several gunshots were heard. Thank God Adam wasn't home. His school bus hadn't dropped him off today, and I have to assume he was going through something similar at his school, or maybe his dad would have picked him up by now. Either way, I'd never get to see Adam again. Everything grew very dark very quickly. One of those gunshots went through the wall of our dining room, essentially piercing the wall exactly where my dad had spent so many evenings sitting, listening. The whole house had trouble sleeping, and sometimes I'd find my dad sitting at the table, staring off, or even one time I'd seen him crying out there. Within less than 2 weeks, we were packing up our belongings and moving on. We'd originally signed a lease for another year just a couple of months prior, but my dad made it clear that we couldn't stay there anymore. I always assumed it was because of the whole bullet hole murder situation, and I guess in some ways it was. But the real thing, the thing my dad wouldn't tell me at first but did tell my mom, was that we couldn't stay there any longer because he couldn't stop hearing their voices. He couldn't stop hearing them arguing, even though they were dead. Call it shock, call it grief. I don't know what you'd call it, but I know that my dad isn't one to make a fuss or make things up. Sometimes I really wonder if he could hear that stuff, and maybe that's why he was crying. All I know is life got a lot lighter once we moved out of that place, so my dad was on to something. I still live in that same town, and this is still one of the most visceral murders to ever take place in the area, even 20 plus years later. Every time I drive by, I find myself looking up at the apartment and wondering, has anyone else experienced anything strange since living there? In high school, I used to nanny for this pretty well-off couple in the Bay Area. I really enjoyed working for their family, and I was sad when they said they were moving to Seattle. Before leaving, and basically during my time working for them, they'd recommended me to some of their friends who also had kids. I'd done a few one-off jobs, and they were fine, but nothing quite like the Connors. About a month after their move, a woman reached out to me, inquiring about a more full-time position. A recommendation from Mrs. Connor, the woman said. Instantly, I could tell the woman seemed overwhelmed, and unlike most of the people I worked for, she was a single mother. Despite all this, she agreed to pay me double what the Connors paid. Part of that was because she had 2 kids, but for the extra, I told her it wasn't necessary. Still, she insisted. And we agreed to doing 3 weeks as a trial run, and if all was well, we'd sign me on full-time for the year. If everything could have stayed how it was the first 2 weeks, I might have accidentally gotten myself into a year of hell. Luckily, whatever was in that house decided to rear its ugly head early on, in the 3rd week. First, I'll back up and say that though this woman wasn't very cool, her house was so cool. She clearly was an exec at some tech company in the area or something. She never actually told me, but everything was automatic. She had a robot for just about everything except for taking care of the kids themselves. Basically, she made nannying a luxury. No cooking, no cleaning. I didn't even have to draw the kids' baths since, there's an app for that. The kids, 2 girls, ages 5 and 7, both very well-mannered and well-behaved. They too made nannying a bit of a luxury. But just when you think you struck gold, that's when you realize it's just a big turd. The girls sometimes had trouble when it came to going to bed. Normal kid stuff, and usually settled by a book or 2 and then lights out. Though the house was large, with several bedrooms, the girls shared a room for sleeping, each with their own twin bed on either side of the room. The older girl, Tilly, she'd slept in her own room at some point. It sat down the hall, still perfectly made up with its own bed. Why didn't she sleep in there anymore? Well, it was never explained to me officially, but from Tilly's perspective, it's because that room gave her terrible nightmares. So, early into the 3rd week, I put the girls to bed and I'm downstairs just watching some TV, as I usually do. Except unlike any other time, this time I heard running around upstairs. I didn't have the whole logistics of the house figured out, but I could swear the sound wasn't coming from the girls' room. Instead, further down the hallway. Maybe one or both of them were playing in the other room, Tilly's old room. I got up to check, but it was clear the noises had stopped once I started up the stairs, and then slowly started again down the hallway, towards the girls' real room. I was sure that I was about to catch them in the hallway, frozen, caught red-handed. As I approached the top of the stairs, though, there were footsteps, sure, but there were no feet to accompany them. The hallway was eerily empty, and the footsteps cut off almost instantaneously. I open the girls' door, and they're both still sleeping. I walk over to each of them to be sure that that's the case, but it's obvious they're sleeping for real. I even did the candy test where I said out loud that I had candy for the first one who could tell me what 1 + 1 was. It was a little trick of mine, and I hadn't tried it on these kids before. Still, nothing. So, that was weird, kind of spooky, and I really didn't have a great feeling upstairs after that. But it gets stranger. As I said, these kids were well behaved. They didn't talk back, they were caring towards each other. I never felt off leaving them to play with each other in the room or anything like that. One night, God, why is it always at night? Anyway, the girls were in bed, and as I was leaving their room and closing their door, I heard the sound of another door closing. Instantly, I looked towards the vacant child's room, and I swear, I see something dark, black as a shadow itself, but solid, peeking from the door frame before quickly disappearing. Logistically, not possible, considering that door just closed, and then there's the obvious problem of someone being in there at all. I lean back without taking my hand off the girl's doorknob and confirm, no shadow, and indeed the door to that room is now shut. I creeped my way back into the girls' room. They weren't asleep yet, and I told them that I was kind of sleepy, and I think we should all watch a movie and pile on the couch. It worked for them, and so I quickly ushered them downstairs. I remember I put on 101 Dalmatians because it's a comfort movie of mine, and lucky for me, the girls liked my choice. I didn't fall asleep so easily that night, but I did eventually. We all did. I wasn't sure how to explain why we were all sleeping on the couch, so I told their mom that we wanted to watch a movie and the upstairs was scary. Yeah, I sort of threw the kids under the bus like they were the ones afraid, but it was definitely me. I just felt so silly by the time she got home. Had I been overreacting? I think not. The very next night, I heard something a little bit after putting the girls to bed. This time it was coming from the girls' room. Just the lightest of footsteps. No crying or screaming or anything to warrant the level of alertness that I was feeling in that moment. Without so much as a second thought, I found myself practically running up the stairs. I couldn't understand why I was so scared, where this urgency was coming from. Next thing I know, I'm opening the girls' door, only they're not sleeping peacefully as they usually are. I see Tilly straddling her sister. And not only that, she's got her pillow over her sister's face. Tilly is smothering her with the pillow. My knee-jerk reaction is to run over and pull Tilly off, and I do so relatively easily. And to my relief, Ella is alive and well. She's in shock, but she's awake and breathing. I look over at Tilly, who I gently toss to the floor next to me, and she looks like she's seen a ghost, like she'd just woken up or something. She doesn't appear to understand that she's just tried to smother her sister. The rest of the night was such a mess in my head. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared of scaring the kids, but I was also afraid. I had to call Mom. She didn't answer. I put the girls back to bed, but I sat in their room, trying Mom over and over. I watched those girls like a hawk for the next 3 hours until Mom finally arrived. I was only 18 at the time, but oh man, I was furious at this adult woman for ignoring my calls. I told her I wanted to tell her in detail about my night before I left, and so I did. She didn't even seem fazed. Halfway through telling the story, I was crying because I don't know why. Because I saw her kid almost kill her other kid. Such a little reaction from her. It was so eerie. I didn't like it. That interaction alone kind of sealed the deal for me. I was no longer willing to nanny for this woman, and I told her quite frankly that she should consider therapy for Tilly. or getting a priest in that place because something wasn't right in her home. To make things even weirder, I found out months later that Mrs. Connor had never recommended me to this woman. She had no idea who she was. On New Year's Eve 2019, my friends Lacey, Mason, and I decided to have a night out. It was only the second year that we'd been able to do so legally. We wanted to make the best of it. In retrospect, I'm pretty glad about that, I guess. We started at a small, low-key bar where we knew the bartender. They gladly kept our glasses full as we tossed around ideas as to where the night could take us. Eventually, our drunken hunger led us to a nearby cafe. It was in a less reputable part of town, but Mason swore they had the best biscuits and gravy plus Bloody Marys, so we decided, what the hell, let's do it. He was right, the food was bomb, and we ended up sticking around even longer to drink a few of those bloodies. We decided that we needed to get our asses up and out of there or we wouldn't make it past midnight, so eventually Lacey worked on finding us a lift, while Mason and I paid for everything. Then we all headed for the exit. As we made our way towards the door, I noticed a super suspicious-looking man lurking near the bathrooms, which was by the entrance. He had a messy, chaotic presence, wearing an open hoodie with no shirt underneath. He also had on a shabby pair of dirty jeans. It seemed like he was watching us, taking note of our inebriated state. Mostly, his attention was focused on Lacey, and I didn't like that. A wave of unease washed over me, but I realized it wasn't just me. Everyone else seemed to be looking at the man now, which prompted us to hasten our steps to the side of the building where our Lyft driver was waiting. To our dismay, the shady dude began following us from a small distance, about 10 feet away. We sensed it wasn't for any good reason, but within seconds, he reached out for Lacey and managed to grab her arm. Mason tells the guy to fuck off, to which the man lets go of Lacey's arm, but only after leaving clear, visible claw marks on it. Then, he barks in Mason's face, pushing him away. We grab Mason and waste no more time, quickly entering the lift and locking the doors before even greeting the driver. We hurriedly informed him of our names, urging him to drive away from the crazy stranger barking outside of his car. As our Lyft car pulled away from the parking lot, I couldn't resist glancing at the dude one more time. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed that he was now sporting a single glove on his right hand, holding something shiny, waving it, hinting at the possibility that he might have been armed with a gun or a knife. Then the man stood on the other side of a bush, silently observing our departure, or waiting for another unsuspecting victim. We really didn't know. We decided to report the incident to the restaurant. Through hindsight, we should have contacted the police that night to ensure everyone's safety. But we were just happy to get out of there. Later on, we took it upon ourselves to file a report with the police based on the advice we received. I provided them with all the details that I could recall, including my contact information. Everyone else did the same. The police assured us that they'd reach out if they needed anything else, and they never did. Reflecting on the encounter, I want to clarify that my mention of the man potentially carrying a weapon, it was based on the observation of the single glove on his right hand. He hadn't had that before, and the object, which clearly he'd had concealed before. His other hand remained gloveless and clearly visible. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter, but if you do go out this New Year's Eve, or any time, I guess, just be safe, and remember, there's power in numbers, that's for sure. So my dad told me a pretty crazy story involving him, my Uncle Joey, and a household name I'd only ever known as Pablo. Until a while back, I had no idea what the beef was. I just knew Pablo as the butt of a lot of Uncle Joey's jokes. Anyhow, I knew my dad could tell the story best, so I asked him to write it out for me several weeks ago. And yay, he finally did it. I've attached his email with the story here. Thanks for sharing. Hey, honey. Sorry it took me so long to get you this story, but here you are. Back when me and your Uncle Joey were in high school, there was a kid named Pablo in our group of friends. He was like Joey's secret arch rival. They would always be in competition over girls, pinball, even who could eat more pizza in a single sitting. I'll never forget having to sit and watch Joey and Pablo lightheartedly go, slice for slice, on a large meat pizza, and then another. Joey would end up winning that one when Pablo had to exit the establishment before our table became a biohazard. Their rivalry made no sense, but it existed strong between the two of them all throughout high school. Our junior prom rolls around and Joey and I got matching plum purple 3-piece suits. We're looking good with our dates, getting ready to leave the dance when Pablo walks up to me and sheepishly asks if he and his date could get a ride home that night. Pablo's car had a flat, and the spare was already in use from when Joey had shot it with a dart in archery class a few days prior. Needless to say, Joey owed Pablo this favor. The car Joey was driving at the time was a small Ford Pinto. Me and my date were already squished in the back on the ride there. Adding another 2 passengers was going to make it next to impossible to fit in there. Pablo suggests that he could ride in the trunk if his date was able to squeeze herself between the two of us in the back. We probably looked like a circus clown car trying to load in, but we all managed to fit. When we're on the road, Joey starts to speed up and whip the car from left to right. Me and the girls are packed like sardines in the back seat, but behind us, Pablo's getting bounced back and forth off the walls. The trunk of the Pinto isn't really a trunk. It's basically an open floor behind the back seats and a big square rear window. Finally, he starts screaming at Joey to knock it off, and Joey pretends not to know what Pablo's freaking out about. They get to a red light, and Pablo's able to regain his balance and starts leaning past me and the girls, pointing and cussing at Joey. Then, Joey starts turning around and cussing at Pablo, calling him a pussy, telling him to calm down. They're at it like this until Joey's girlfriend Renee just starts shrieking from the front passenger seat. But her screaming has nothing to do with what the boys are fighting about. She's staring at a large black mass that's standing outside Joey's side window. When me and the other girls turned to see it, we all started screaming too. It's enough to finally interrupt the original shouting match that was taking place, and Joey turns around, confused. He looks at Renee, and then he turns to look out of his window. I see both the left and the right passenger windows get smashed in. The figure that was standing outside Joey's window was now reaching in and fighting with Joey. Someone else had apparently been on Renee's side too that we didn't see, because as Joey's getting his ass beat over there, Renee's getting dragged through the broken window by her hair out onto the street. Joey's car door gets forced open, and the same thing happens to him next. Some dirty old man sticks his head into the car and sees us crammed in the back. His head leaves the car, and his arms replace the open space. In his hand is a literal sawed-off shotgun. The face that briefly dipped into the car did not look like someone trained in the art of gunsmithing. If he pulled that trigger, we were all getting sprayed, and he was probably going to lose his hand in the process. With his other hand, he starts pounding on the roof of the car, shouting, "Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!" Ellie pops Renee's vacant seat forward, and we follow her out of the passenger side door. There's another bald man in a flannel with what looked like a leg of wooden chair held against his chest like a sword. My girlfriend's the last one out, and when she hits the pavement, both men jump in the car and crank it into gear. Lying in the street, we watch it peel out and speed into the darkness, with Pablo still in the trunk, pounding on the rear glass. It was absolutely unreal what we had just witnessed, what had just taken place. We were all sitting there dazed until Joey hopped up and started running, looking for a payphone or an open business. Around the block, he found a bar that would let us use their phone. We called the police and our parents. The bartender gave us French fries while we waited for everyone to arrive. I remember that because it was really nice. One of the nicer parts of the night, obviously. It would be basically 2 whole days before we would hear from Pablo. Those men had taken him back to a hotel and planned on using him as a hostage, but Pablo actually escaped on the second night when the men passed out. Once he got out, he ran straight to the front desk and told them everything. And I remember he was still in his prom outfit when his parents picked him up and brought him home. Those 2 men were arrested, but Joey wasn't able to get back the Pinto because it had to be used as evidence in other crimes those men had committed that night. So, you would think some crazy doodle like this would bring Pablo and Joey closer together through some sort of bonding and trauma, right? Not in the slightest. Maybe now you just understand their beef a bit deeper. Uncle Joey did love that car. Okay, kiddo. Sorry again this took so long. You know your father. He's a talker, not a writer. Love ya. I've lived in this house for almost 4 years now. For a while, my bed would be in the corner of the room, but facing the door. Every night, without stopping, I'd feel a presence in the doorway, standing there, watching me. No matter how many times I've turned on the light to see no one there or in the hall, I always feel it watching me at night. I was robbed about a year ago, and I was trying to de-stress, and as I walk out of my room, a girl looks up and stares at me. I think she's one of the robbers, but as I chased her out of the house, I reached the kitchen, and as I went to the front door, I saw it was locked, with a chair in front of it, the way I'd left it. To say the least, I was terrified, but I didn't act like it, because if you show your fear, that's what they'll feed upon. So I moved my bed to the other side of the room, which made me put my full-body mirror to the wall, facing the door. I just wanted a difference to try to feel better. The first night felt fine, until I looked in the mirror, and I felt like I was about to see someone jump out of it. Luckily, I fell asleep before anything like that could happen. A few years later, I'm still here. I feel them all the time, but I never let them know. When they do things, I pay them no mind. If I ever get out of this hellhole, I'll let you guys know. Until then, hello from the mover house, because they really like to move things. If you have any questions, I'm open to answering. And to the people wondering why I do nothing, this isn't the first time I've seen ghosts or had to deal with them. And it's the smartest way for me to not make them angry or upset. Ignore them. I've left this apartment since 2018, after living in it for 3 years, but I'm still wondering and kind of creeped out thinking about it, even if nothing really bad happened there. It was just weird and disturbing, as it was rented by a student agency from the government, giving flats or rooms to students with poor parents. It was well aerated, carbon monoxide checked once a year. I was leaving home for uni, and the first semester was just fine. During the second semester, I sometimes felt watched. The first time I thought it was anxiety, or because my room was messy. I had skipped cleaning that week, and I've read that you don't sleep as well in a messy room, so I let it slide 1, 2, 3 times. I was always kind of messy, but not dirty. And I didn't experience that in any of the 8 homes I inhabited in all of my life. So I thought it was a bad room arrangement. One time it happened for 2 days in a row. I noticed that every time it happened, my room was messy, not cleaned. I usually clean 2 times a week, but I admit I'd gotten lazy and was often cleaning once a week. But bins were changed and dishes were done. It kept happening during the 3 years I lived there, feeling watched, whatever the season, weather, lifestyle. If it was happening, and I was not cleaning the room the next day, the next night I would feel watched. I'm not scared of the dark, nor mirrors, but I had a mirror facing the entry of the bathroom, and I was always afraid to see something in the mirror. One time, I begged to get some rest, and I promised I would clean the next day if it just stopped. But it kept happening, if not cleaning twice a week. At that point, you probably think that I would have been scared away into being a clean person, but each time life would, get in the way. The days after cleaning, life just kept happening. I was always busy, so I'd end up getting judged by nocturnal eyes. After a while, I just brushed it off. Even if I was still scared when it would happen, I was so uncomfortable that I would sleep with the light on, something I've never done, even in early childhood. But I thought I was just self-ailmenting some kind of paranoia. A friend of mine had the same flat. We were neighbors, with the same furniture, same arrangement, and I always slept fine at her place. And I got a weird look when I told her what was happening to see if she was having the same issues. What really made me feel weird is that 3 different times I invited people over, clean apartment, and on 2 times, the first one during the first semester, the guest felt watched. One of these times I had 2 friends stay over for the night. They left, but later that month, after one of those nights, I told them about it, asking them not to make fun of me. They asked why I looked tired. Then they stared at each other and hesitantly told me, "Well, we didn't want to scare you, but after sleeping at your house, we both had a talk because I said that I felt watched that night and it creeped me out. And she said she felt the same. We didn't want to tell you because we didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable after being so nice to let us sleep in your flat. It was technically forbidden. Weirdly, on the 2 occasions, I never felt watched, only the guests. Recently, I told my mom about it, and she told me, it's like you had a soldier ghost in your flat. You know, soldiers are forced to be very organized, and if he did some time of service there, maybe he was mad at you for messing up his place, you know? She didn't know at the time that there was a small commemorative plaque saying that Marine troops stayed there during World War II. After some research today, I found out that the building was from 1930 and classified as a historical monument. It's used as flats for students, and I knew it was old because of the plaque, but seeing the year was weird. So, I really don't know what to think about it. I knew 2 people there and was the only one having this kind of issue. I don't know if it's reminiscent energy from all the tenants that it had during the years, if it is the ghost or energy of one previous tenant, one who was particularly versed into cleaning and sticking to rules, or anything else. Overall, I remember it as a nice flat, and I miss it sometimes. But some other times, I still think about this, even if it's been 5 years since I moved out, and I get chills. What do you guys think? I also have to say that the apartment was kinda humid, old, had bad isolation old, but I knew 3 people in the exact same building, and they never got this, which is what I find weird. Honestly, I would like to think it was just really bad anxiety, if 3 other people didn't say they felt it while sleeping there. So, I really wonder if it was really something about the arrangement and everything. But then why only on certain occasions? Or if there is another rational or paranormal explanation. This happened around 20 years ago. After dropping out of high school, I was working a few part-time jobs. They were pretty much consuming every day of my life. The school I attended was one of those super high-pressure ones. where everyone's parents are forcing their kids to study all of the time so they can graduate and get into all the best universities. All of my friends were studying just as much as I was working, so I guess that's why all my friendships from school dwindled away. Maybe they didn't want to hang out with a dropout, or maybe that's what their parents didn't want. The only friends I had were the ones I made at work. Most of these friends were on average about 2 years older than me. One night, one of these friends mentioned a place in the next city over, which was supposed to be haunted. It was a hotel. He was talking up the idea of all of us going and checking it out. The story goes, the hotel was abandoned during construction due to financial reasons. The hotel was close to being fully built and they just left it. It has been rumored that it is a local hangout for troublemakers and gangs. The rumor goes that there was a kind of lynching in the unused hotel. A woman was beaten and subsequently killed. There's also a rumor of a suicide on the roof. Again, another female. We all planned to go and see if we could see anything creepy there that night. So I had dinner and waited for my older friends to come and pick me up. We decided to go in the dead of night because 1, it would be a bit spookier, and 2, hopefully we would be harder to spot by the police or curtain-twitching neighbors in the dark. The hotel was located just off a national highway, and thanks to the street lights and the lights off the passing cars, we could see pretty well. It seemed like a completely normal hotel, and I was a little disappointed, yet somewhat relieved. We snuck in through a broken window and headed to the rooftop. It was then that we learned, even though the hotel looked fully constructed from the outside, there wasn't very much of anything on the inside. It was just bare concrete in there. There was no sense of life. It didn't look like it was part of reality, almost. Like the back rooms, I guess. I still wasn't the least bit scared at this point. None of us 4 claimed to have the second sight either. We couldn't sense the presence of the paranormal at all, and we didn't have any idea what we were supposed to be looking for either. I mean, should we have tried to do a seance or a kokori-san or something? We didn't know. So we looked around on the roof for a while and found a few things. Clearly, someone had had a little picnic party up there. And there were signs of something else they might have been up to up there, if you know what I mean. Finding this stuff caused us to kind of forget where we were and relax a little. We began to get a bit louder and a bit more comfortable. We brought alcohol, so we had a drink on the roof, looking out at the lake behind the hotel. It was pretty sweet. We messed around drinking for about 2 hours or so, and then we got bored and decided to go check out the hotel. I guess the booze had given us a little more confidence. When we got to the ground floor, we realized that there was a basement that we hadn't seen on the first look around. I was quite surprised that we missed it. It was almost as if it had suddenly appeared. There was now a bit of an atmosphere in the empty building. We all agreed that something felt different, something we couldn't put our finger on. One of my friends then decided that he would be the first to say, "Let's go down there." So we began our descent into the basement. We went pretty slowly. It was incredibly dark down there. It was narrow and there were puddles of water down there. Even though it was summer, it felt downright freezing in the basement. It wasn't like any of the other rooms in the hotel. We were solely reliant on the light from the flashlights we had. We approached a door at the end of the passageway, and then I felt a chill, the likes of which I haven't felt before or since, on my back. It was as if this icy chill went straight through me. I still remember it as I typed these words. It was like a current of electricity passed through my body. I felt some kind of convulsion which started at the base of my spine and then ran up to my shoulders. As this happened, one of my friends uttered a sharp yelp of horror. I was about to say to everyone, "Let's get out of here," but I found that I couldn't speak. Like I said, there were 4 of us, and I was at the front with a friend, and it was one of the 2 in the back who made that yelp. I turned to see him running at full speed back towards the stairs. He was screaming the most maddening scream. It echoed around the narrow passage. It was truly disturbing. I looked at my friend at the front, who was the oldest, and I guess the most confident and strongest of our little group. Even he couldn't keep his composure, and when he started running back toward the stairs, I made sure I was right next to him. We didn't stop until we got back to where we had parked the car. When we got back to the car, the friend who ran first was still clearly upset and frightened by something. It was really weird to see someone older than you at that age literally shake with fear. When he calmed down a little, we asked him about what had happened, and he said that he saw something. He said that he saw the face of a woman right at the back of the hallway when he turned around. She was on the right side of the stairs that we had climbed down in the place where we didn't shine our flashlights the first time we came down. He said that her face was expressionless and blank, but he saw others, a man and another woman. He said that there could have been 5 or 6 faces. It was like they came right out of the shadows. He said his fight or flight instinct kicked in and he just bolted. Something deep down told him to get out as soon as possible. They quickly left the place because even though we didn't see what he did, I'm certain that we all experienced that same chill. I am convinced that we weren't alone down there. We went to an all-night restaurant and stayed up until the sun came up, and then we all went home. Nothing really changed for me after I went to that hotel. People kept on saying it was haunted, and some say there's a basement, while others vehemently claim there is no basement. I never went back to find out, so I can't tell you. All I know is I was in that basement. I moved to a bigger city after a few years and lost touch with the friends I made at work. I did bump into the sister of a friend who saw the faces in the basement, and I asked about him. Sadly, he took his own life in the lake by the hotel. He left no note. I often think about that guy and that hotel, sometimes by choice and other times not. The first classroom I taught in was haunted, or whatever you'd call it, by something more than just a ghost. It was evil, and it only went after the children. I used to teach preschool, and had been in the Reading School District since 2001. I left this preschool job shortly after all of this started happening. I'd been at the school for almost 2 years up to this point. 2 years of no events, and then suddenly, all hell seemed to break loose. I'd just moved into my new classroom, one that was tucked away on the east side of the building. It was smaller than most, but in fairness, my class was also the smallest, and I was technically the newest teacher on staff still. The room, it smelled a bit like mildew, as it had been previously used as storage. I did everything I could to make that room feel warm, but sadly it never did. Within the first weeks of kids being back in class, I was just getting to know my new kids, and so naturally this period of time just comes with a lot of learning about each kid, what makes them tick, their learning styles, where each kid is at with speech, etc. All of my kids were incredibly hesitant to use the sink inside the classroom. I assumed that they were adverse to washing their hands or water, so I taught them all the importance of hand washing in the big bathroom. And oddly enough, none of them seemed to have that same problem. Only they did again once we were back inside the classroom. 2 kids ended up with injuries before we'd made it through the first month, but it's the way the injuries occurred that caused me pause. The first child, it happened quite literally in front of me, but there was nothing to explain how it happened. The child was standing in front of myself and a group of kids. They were showing everyone how to do the itsy bitsy spider hand motions for the song. They weren't nailing it, of course, but it was cute and fun that a student had something they could share with everyone. As they're standing practically perfectly still, aside from their hands, I watch as this kid's shirt collar is pulled away from his neck by some sort of invisible force, only to then proceed to yank the child backwards, pulling them down to the ground. Everyone sort of jumps back, inching closer to where I'm sitting. I plunged forward to grab the child, who's understandably upset, As I'm consoling one child, the others gather even closer than before, and one of my kids, the strongest talker of the group, says, "Why did she hurt William, Miss Reese?" I didn't know how to answer the children, but I understand there's a time to lie and a time to tell the truth. So I said sometimes when the floor is wet, we can slip if we're not careful. All of the kids looked at me with a disappointing or disapproving look on their face, but I stood my ground and switched the subject to snack time. The second injury was just a couple of days after the first, but this one I didn't actually see, not fully. In our class, we have these cubbies that line the south wall of the classroom. They aren't very tall. I can reach on top of them very easily, but for preschoolers, they might as well be on top of the fridge. They aren't getting up there. As I'm helping one child with their coat, a little girl near the cubbies can suddenly be heard crying. I swiveled around, and there was blood streaming down her face. And it wasn't just her crying. There were several kids near her as well. There were a few other kids following me to the scene, and they were saying things like, "It flew," or "Why did she do that to her?" etc. Questions and comments that I didn't really understand, but I did search around for what could have hit the girl in the mouth. It was a wooden block. They're relatively heavy, definitely not meant to be thrown, but they were also clear on the other side of the room. The good talker of the class asks me something that at first meant nothing, but soon it changed everything. "Maybe we play with the board, Miss Reese. Maybe if we play, she'll leave us alone, Miss Reese." I didn't clarify. I just said something like, "We can't play a game right now, buddy. Maybe tomorrow?" But when I turned to face the kid, he's pointing at the ceiling above the sink. Still, I didn't react because I still didn't really understand what games would be up in the ceiling. I said as much, got the kids to their parents, and then I went back to my classroom to close up. Standing in my classroom that time, I couldn't take my eyes off the area near the sink, specifically the ceiling. It had bothered kids or grabbed their attention one way or another since class had started. I don't know about your classrooms, but mine consists of ceiling tiles that are easily removable and lightweight. Just push and they pop up. I knew I couldn't leave that classroom until I checked above the sink, so I found a small ladder and opened up one of the ceiling tiles. I didn't see anything, felt around a bit, just dusty. So I lifted another, and this time I did find something. A Ouija board. By the looks of it, an old one. I put it down almost as quickly as I picked it up. I didn't know much about this stuff to understand how dangerous it was, but I'd never heard anything great about them. I almost left it there. But this thing, whatever it was attacking kids. I couldn't let that continue. At the very least, I couldn't let the board stay. So I threw it away in the school's large dumpster. Several months would go by. No more strange events or injuries. Instead, I found the board again, tucked in the ceiling near the sink. I wouldn't have even thought to look again until my talker told me the board was back. I laughed, didn't even acknowledge it. Instead, I acted normal for the remainder of the day, and then immediately looked again once the kids were gone. I once again took the board to the dumpsters, only this time I decided to cut it up. The thing was practically falling apart on its own, so a couple tears and it was dust. I told my janitor what I'd done, asked that he keep an eye on the classroom for strange activity. He shrugged and went on his way, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to go back to that classroom. I called the next morning to inform my boss that I was going to have to visit family in Utah for a family emergency. A few days after that, I put in my 2 weeks' notice. Since I wasn't ever going back, I figured I'd be honest with her. Naturally, she didn't believe me, and instead probably thought that she'd gotten lucky, someone like me leaving on my own accord. But God, I'm so curious if she ever looked in the ceiling, and even more curious if it was still there. I mean, I'll never know because, well, I'm never going back. After college, for several years, my friends and I would get together the day before Thanksgiving. We would eat food, play games, and get super drunk. Maybe you've heard of this tradition. We referred to it fondly as Friendsgiving, and when I was about 25, we celebrated our final one together as a group, and let's just say it was one to remember. 2 friends of ours had bought property out in Deer Park, Washington, a couple of months before the holidays, and they invited us to celebrate Friendsgiving out there as a sort of housewarming party, too. We all lived in eastern Washington at the time, so we opted to just carpool there, 4 of us in one car. It should have been a quick trip, one that we were even somewhat familiar with to a certain point. It was a Tuesday night, and the final road to our friend's house was a long stretch of nothingness. As we started getting closer to what we thought was our destination, we were suddenly aware that we were being followed. I think it was my friend who was driving, Blake, who noticed first and then called it to the attention of the rest of the car. The music was turned down, and suddenly we were all looking out the back window. It wasn't just that there was a car following us on this seemingly desolate road. It was how close they were following us. I remember audibly gasping at that realization, and my friend Summer did the same as we instinctively grabbed each other's hands. The headlights were almost blinding as Blake asked us, "Can you see the driver? What's up?" I hear my friend in the front seat echo his question. I focused, trying to see anything but the blinding headlights. It seemed as though we should be able to make out the driver, but from this angle he resembled nothing more than a large, dark silhouette. I was taken aback by the headlights once again. They were so unusual, and I recall thinking that I'd never seen headlights quite like that. But I realized I sure had, on really old cars. They were perfectly round and slightly raised from the car itself. Just as I thought I'd state these facts out loud, it got even closer. "You just need to let them pass. Pull over or speed up," Summer ordered Blake from the back seat next to me. Pretty soon, Blake was having to drive so fast to avoid the car tailing us that he couldn't safely pull off the road. I could see the car clearly now. It was a very old antique-style car. I don't know enough about cars to do much, but I know enough to know that that car was a classic. Who drives a classic car so recklessly? I remember asking out loud. No answer from within. By now, the car became filled with fear and angst. Finally, Blake made the split decision to pull off on a gravel shoulder, which was practically non-existent. The car was still right on our ass as we pulled off. Summer and I were screaming as we realized they were the closest they'd been to our car yet, and we could see that there were multiple silhouettes in the car. We immediately felt a jolt as the car hit our back end. Blake struggled for a moment to regain control of his car. We weren't headed for a cliff or anything, but it was pitch black out there, and we knew that we were surrounded by giant trees. As the car spun, my eyes spun in the direction of the other car. Looking from each window of the car, I could still see the antique vehicle, until suddenly it disappeared. I don't mean that it sped off or anything like that. I mean that we watched it disappear. As he pulled off to the side, we confirmed there was nothing there. It didn't follow us, it didn't pass us or keep driving. It completely disappeared off the road, and there was no explaining where the car had gone. "Where the hell did they go?" Blake asked his passengers, and no one said a thing. I believe we were all in shock, but still, looking at the road behind us, expecting to see something. After a few moments, Blake gets out of the car and looks for any sort of damage to his car. When he got back in, he told us there was no damage, not even a scratch on his car. Still, we were all sure that we had seen someone, a car, following us. Not only that, but we all felt the jolt from the impact. Yet we also agreed that we'd seen something disappear right before our eyes. Either way, Blake started driving back into the road and continued to follow the GPS to our friend's house. We were all sorts of quiet, not sure what to say or think about what had just happened. When we got to our friend's house, we told them about the experience. Them not having been in the car with us, I guess it was just hard for them to believe. I asked them, did any other cars drive down this road, especially in the last 10 minutes? No. They were the only occupied property along this road. The rest was either undeveloped or protected land. So, what the hell did we experience? Years ago, I started dating this girl named Janie. We sat near each other at work, and I basically fell in love with her the day we met. She lived with her brother in a shadier part of town. Her brother worked late nights and was never at their house. The duration of her staying in that house, I only met him once, which was a plus. But he also owned a big, scary, untrained dog. It stayed at the house, named Spud. This dog was intimidating, and not just because it was a pit bull. The first time I spent the night at her house, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, which was downstairs. When I rounded the corner to hit the second set of steps, there was Spud, standing in a fighting position at the bottom of the stairs, blocking the bathroom, growling intently at me. That was a long night. On the days I'd accompany Janie home from work, she'd get Spud on a leash and we'd take him out for a walk just to get some of that insane energy out. We would take a walk around the neighborhood baseball fields and I'd watch this ridiculously buff animal drag my Janie around. She leans all of her body weight backwards to keep Spud from knocking her off balance as we walk. Each step we take, Spud is up front. His leash is always tight with tension as grass chunks rip up under his massive paws as he lunges and tugs, trying to get every inch. One late night, I'm over watching a movie and Janie needs to take Spud out to go potty before we go upstairs. We bundle up and we go to make a loop around the baseball fields. She and I have done this time to time, plenty of nights, and Janie's been doing it since before we even met. Two objective truths. The area Janie lived in was really bad, like stepping over junkies on the sidewalk, getting to her doorstep. Never see a cop kind of place. But nobody was going to fuck with her seeing this monster jumping and lunging at the end of a leash. We brought a blunt to spark at the park. I stuffed almost a full dub sack in there trying to flex for Janie. I'm not mentioning it to try to flex now, but so you can feel the same thing we were feeling at the time. I mean, this was back in the day where you'd have to call up a local dealer who may or may not have weed to sell, who may or may not want to travel or be available on the day that you run dry. You'll never know the struggle we had to go through for a sack of that sweet Mary Jane. Actually, I guess a lot of people probably still do have to struggle for that, but just not me. Anyway, as we're walking down a small hill approaching the baseball diamond, we're planning on going into the third base dugout to light up. But as we're getting closer, Spud lets out a tremendous bark. The sound shakes my attention, and I look away from Janie, panning straight ahead. There, we both see this guy standing on the other side of the field, near the baseball line. He's barely a silhouette against the dark background of the trees and trails. We're continuing forward, but he remains frozen. Spud's just beginning to settle down as we get into the dugout. With the leash still tightly wrapped around Janie's hand, she asks to spark the blunt, and I hand it to her along with the lighter. I'm still keeping an eye on the guy, frozen in the dark. I don't know why we didn't leave. Again, probably because we had Spud there. But just as Janie puts the blunt up to her lips, the man whistles a couple of high woot-woots. Before there's time to blink, Spud is up and tearing ass out of the fenced-in dugout, taking Janie along with him and heading towards the guy. When she falls, the blunt lands under her and gets dragged into shredded dust as her body is pulled across it. But obviously that's the least of my worries, as I'm watching my girlfriend get ripped from this cage by a monster dog, while he's trying to attack a strange man that's been standing in the dark. I got up and threw myself onto her just in time to watch Spud rip the leash again. All the strain that was being put on Janie's hand from the leash finally released with a violent pull that breaks 3 of her fingers. She starts screaming, and all I can do is scream, "Watch out," as Spud closed ground on the man. He remained frozen while this dog rushed at him. I for sure thought that I was about to see this man get ripped to shreds. I'm holding Janie and hollering for Spud to come back, come back. Janie tells me that she's fine, but begs me to please go get Spud. So without hesitation, I run towards 2 things that I'm currently scared of. But as I'm running, I notice that Spud is just sitting calmly in front of this dark silhouette of a man. It's so jarring to see that I stopped running. I was close enough now to where I should be able to see the man, but he's still just a body of darkness. I call out again for Spud, but no reaction from either of them. I hear Janie yelling, "Grab him." So again, I head towards the shit that I'm afraid of. Just as I approach, the man drops his hood. His face was normal, but his eyes were not. This man has pitch black eyes. And sure, they could have been contacts, but his whole dressed-as-death thing with a stone-cold face weren't helping matters either. I said fuck it, and I reach for the leash. As I grabbed it, Spud turns around and bites my fucking arm. I drop the leash instantly, and Spud takes off. Janie is screaming for me to follow him, and she stops mid-sentence and just starts screaming in general. I look up, and Spud is halfway across the field, running full speed, heading in the direction of the woods. But even fucking crazier than that, Death Dude is already gone. Janie has now made it halfway to me, and she's crying and yelling, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" I grab her and I say that we can go after him, but he bit me. And she looks at me and says, "That guy just disappeared. Dis-a-fucking-peared right in front of us. He vanished. What the fuck?" I calm her down and we decide that we need to get ourselves cleaned up and then look for Spud. When we reach her front door, there's Spud, sitting stoic at the front door, just waiting to get let in. Janie is so relieved, so that part makes me happy. But that dog, I don't know. I know it's a shitty thing to assume an animal is evil and all, but there's something so unsettling about that whole situation, all the way up to him sitting there. I did not trust this dog. Oh, and Janie's my wife now, so we still talk about this situation quite a bit, especially the whole vanishing man part. We still have no goddamn idea how to explain that one. But for curiosity's sake, we'd love to know what other people think. I recently shared this story in a True Scary Stories Facebook group. I got a lot of feedback from people who lived in this area. It felt good to finally share my experience, so I'd like to leave it here as well. Well, shortly after posting, a woman contacted me to threaten myself and my family if I wrote about this man again. She believes he's innocent. It spooked me so much that I took my story down. I don't need weirdos like her in my life. I've since thought about this and decided to share my story again, but anonymously. It's my experience, and I'm not going to be frightened by some crazy bitch who dates child killers. So, here it is. I originally thought this incident happened in January of '84, but I now realize it was probably later in '83. I was 8 years old and lived in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb southeast of Denver. We lived in a brand new subdivision, and I loved it. Our ranch-style house was busy. I had 3 sisters, an older brother, a grandmother, and my mom living in our home. My 10-year-old sister and I shared a bedroom on the main floor. I loved this room. My twin bed was pushed against the wall that had the window, facing our backyard, and at night, I liked pushing the curtains aside to look out. The window was elevated, but not so high that I couldn't easily see into the yard. My older sisters shared the room next to us, and my grandmother was in a large room across the small hallway. My mother stayed in a finished bedroom downstairs in the basement, and my brother had the rest of the basement. He was 16 at the time and had lots of friends that were always coming and going. I remember our house always being full of guests. We had a severe cold spell that week, so it was super icy outside. My sister and I had been playing in the backyard, which had not been enclosed with a fence. We had circular snow sleds that we would stand on and slide across the grass, and we left them strewn across the yard. That night, something woke me out of a sound sleep, and I thought about going downstairs to sleep with my mother. I did this from time to time, and she and I were really close. Then I heard a noise outside my window. It sounded like someone was slowly walking through the snow in the backyard. I could hear frozen grass crunching under their feet. Then I heard someone say, "Shit," and something clinked. I moved my curtain aside and I looked out the window. I expected to see my brother or one of his friends. He often came home past curfew and snuck through the backyard into an open basement window. I remember thinking he shouldn't be doing this on a school night, and in the morning, I planned to tell Mother that he woke me up. Only, it wasn't my brother. I saw a young man, probably in his early 20s, that I didn't recognize. I made eye contact with him and then quickly scanned the rest of the yard for my brother. I didn't see him anywhere. I was going to move away from the window, but the man's eyes were glued on mine, and he started walking towards my gaze. I froze. I couldn't move. He came as close as he could to the glass. He smiled at me. It was an eerie smile. It was an, "Oh, look, you caught me doing something I shouldn't be doing," kind of smile. I remember he had crystal blue eyes, almost gray. Something about his expression was not right. Took me a few seconds to realize I was feeling fear. He was not a friend of my brother's, nor was he supposed to be in our yard at that time of night. I panicked, jumped out of bed, quickly ran downstairs to tell my mother. Once I got to the basement, I saw my brother was sound asleep. It scared me even more to know that the strange man was most likely not one of his friends. Mom calmed me down, came upstairs, turned on the outside light. She looked into the yard, but she didn't see anyone. She didn't make a big deal out of it, and I ended up spending the rest of the night with her, but I didn't sleep well. I wondered, why was the man in our yard? Where had he gone? I was also scared he might come back. I don't know the exact timeline, but it was roughly a few weeks later when a family was murdered by an intruder with a hammer and a knife in the middle of the night. The father, mother, and 7-year-old daughter were killed, and the 3-year-old daughter was left for dead, but miraculously survived. This crime sent our entire community over the edge. The police didn't seem to know who did this horrible thing or why. All we knew was that the hammer killer probably chose the house at random, came through an open garage door. No one in my family ever mentioned the man I saw again, but I asked my mother about it years later and she tensed up. The hammer killer. The case went cold. The community moved on, and I moved further south. I never forgot that man in my yard, though, and I always felt that he might have been the same man who murdered that family. As years went by, more information came out. They linked the murder to a vicious murderer and rapist of women in another community. Thanks to DNA, they also linked him to a savage attack on a couple and a flight attendant in Aurora. He was a serial predator and active in our community that whole time. Fast forward to 2019. I'm watching the news, and I can't believe it. They solved that murdered family's cold case from 1984, as well as the other attacks. They flashed the suspect's picture across the screen, and my heart stopped. It was him, the man I saw as a child. He frightened me so badly, his face is etched into my memory. I said something about it to my brother, but he just shrugged it off. I mentioned it to some friends, and they said it was creepy, but there was no way that I could have remembered something like that. I thought that they might be right. Until later, the news also showed photos of the suspect when he was younger. That is exactly the man I saw. I know it. It's changed the way I think about things. It's changed the gratitude I feel for my life. What if he hadn't tripped on those sleds and somehow made it into our house? My sisters and I could have been the ones on the news. Last week, my grandmother died. It wasn't unexpected, but yeah, there was still all the usual stuff to deal with. I come from a big family, and most of us live out of town, so that meant that everyone wanted to stay at Grandma's. Except, guess what? We're also poor. Granny's house is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. It's been converted into a 3-bedroom by giving up the dining room. Granny had 3 boys. And those boys had a bunch of kids who were all grown now, with kids of their own, myself being one of them. Tons of people were at this house, and I was planning to be in town for 3 nights. There's no way I was going to stay there, even without my partner, who stayed home to feed the cats. The best solution seemed like an Airbnb, so I found one 10 minutes from Grandma's and booked it. A little context before I get to the next part. This is a small town. Everybody knows everybody. It's also a historically famous town, so they get lots of tourists there. Lastly, I've changed my last name since moving away, and very few people outside of my family know about it. I could have been anyone renting this place. Alright, so this house was in a neighborhood that I know very well. It's part of the reason I picked it. Several of my friends had lived on those streets, and I wanted to drive through just for nostalgia. I hadn't recognized the house's pictures because it had been painted since my time in high school. But once I actually got there, it started to seem very familiar. I just couldn't place why. I was late for dinner with my family and didn't have long to dwell on it until I returned later that night. I'd hoped to go straight to bed since I had to be up early, but I doubt I got more than a couple of hours. Every time I fell asleep, I'd wake up to the sound of something moving around in the walls. I'm plenty accustomed to sharing my houses with the local wildlife, but this sounded like a whole family of raccoons were in a territory war with some possums. I'm not a pleasant person when I'm sleepy. Around 3 a.m., I lost my temper, got out of bed, and began banging on the walls while screaming, "If you make one more sound, I swear to Christ I'll rip open this wall and drag you out by the tails." I was crying. My voice was cracking. I looked like a complete lunatic. It wasn't my proudest moment, but strangely enough, it worked. There wasn't another peep for the entire night. That should have been another clear red flag, but I was so tired, I didn't even question it. The next morning, I was so exhausted I didn't even shower. I just went back to Granny's and got to work. One of my cousins is the same age as me, and another is only 2 years younger. So the 3 of us were particularly close growing up. Jennifer's husband stayed behind with their toddler, and Jake enjoys being single too much to ever settle down, so they were also flying solo. We were all talking and cleaning out the hallway closet. They complained about sleeping on the couches and never being able to get into the bathroom, and I complained about the weird noises that kept me up half the night. One thing led to another, and we decided that they would stay with me for the last 2 nights. The house I rented had 2 bedrooms and bathrooms anyway. If I could take a little pressure off everyone staying at Granny's, why not? That night I pulled into the driveway, turned off the car, and just as I was opening my door, Jake started freaking out. He asked me if I was messing with him at least 10 times, and when he realized I was serious, he got mad. I hadn't seen him that angry since we were kids. Then he pulled out a gun from his bag, got my keys, and told us to wait in the car. We definitely should have listened, but we didn't. We followed him inside and straight to the master bedroom. He was so upset, I don't think he even noticed us. He didn't say a word until he got to the closet doors. Then he ripped them open and began yelling for Brandon to come out, or he was going to start shooting into the wall. Jennifer and I were shocked into silence at this point, but then we heard footsteps. They started directly behind the bed and continued around to the closet, where a greasy, disgusting man suddenly appeared from behind a hidden door. I recognized him instantly. He was the creepy kid we went to school with, and we were in his mother's old house. She passed away several years ago, and it was left to Brandon. He had never had much success with women, so he decided to try his luck with Airbnb. Apparently, he only rented to young women traveling alone. Anyone else was turned away. There were also hidden cameras all over the place, including the bathroom. Thank goodness I didn't shower. Brandon was so proud of his setup that he bragged about it to a few friends, and small-town life being what it is, Jake had heard about what that weird kid had ended up doing, but it didn't occur to him to report it until it affected someone he knew. Obviously, things could have been handled better, but I'm just glad no one else will fall victim to this guy. The property's banned from Airbnb, and we were able to provide the police with enough evidence to get a search warrant for his computers. The worst thing he caught me doing on camera was changing clothes and threatening to tear open the walls during my 3 a.m. freakout. But that's all been deleted now. Well, except for what the police needed to keep as evidence. I don't expect Brandon will serve any time over this, but I hope he's had enough trouble that it'll make him think twice before he tries anything like this again. The whole town knows about it too, so he can't fly invisibly under the radar anymore either. Overall, it could have been much worse. So I'm just thankful for bringing Jake and Jennifer back with me that night, even if it did mean sharing Granny's house for the remainder of our stay. Most people never heard about the 100-year flood in Baton Rouge, even though it occurred in August 2016. Some folks on the internet started calling it the 1,000-year flood or 500-year flood, but there was also a big flood in 27. So I think they just wanted to use bigger numbers. Regardless of what you want to call it, a lot of people lost everything, including me. The slow-moving system dumped over 20 inches of rain on us in about a 3-day period, and nobody was prepared for it. We didn't even understand what was happening until it was too late. At the time, I was living with my sick grandmother who was confined to her bed. The doctors didn't expect her to last through the end of the year, so I moved in to help take care of her. We didn't exactly live in a good area either. It rains a lot in Louisiana, and it wasn't exactly uncommon for our streets to flood, so we literally sat there watching the water rise higher and higher until we were trapped. When I first told Grandma the roads were impassable, she just rolled her eyes and made a joke about not being able to order a pizza. When I said the yard was going under, she thought it was strange but not concerning. She'd lived in that house her entire life and had never seen it get that bad, but we didn't think that we were in actual danger. With the exception of what happened to New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, we just don't get floods like that around here. We didn't get worried until the water was just under the front door. It probably should have happened a lot sooner, but even then, we were only afraid of the floors being ruined. We still weren't thinking in terms of the whole house. We weren't in fear for our lives. I was rushing around, picking up the rugs and moving things to higher shelves when my dad called. He was at a job site 4 hours north, but but wanted me to take Grandma to his brother's house, which was only 2 hours away. I told him the only way we were getting out of the driveway was on a boat, and he sounded really scared. He said if the levee broke, the house would go underwater, and we needed to find a way onto the roof. How the hell are we supposed to do that? I demanded. And I'll never forget the weight of the silence that followed. He didn't know either. I started looking around to see which neighbors were still home. Most of them were gone, but Mr. Peterson from across the street was standing on his screened porch. The water was just washing over his ankles. Our entire street looked like a newly formed river. When he saw me, he looked alarmed and ran inside. A few seconds later, our phone rang. He couldn't believe we were still there and asked what we planned to do when the house went under. Die. That was my plan. We were going to die. I've never been that frightened before or since. I said as much and asked what he planned to do. He didn't have any family and couldn't afford to leave anyway, so he was playing it by ear. When I saw him on the porch, he was trying to decide if it was time to get on his roof yet, because he owned a ladder. Our side of the street was a few feet higher, so he proposed that we all get on top of our roof. Water was slowly seeping beneath the door by that point, so we had to move quickly. Mr. Peterson carried his ladder across the street. At the lowest point, it came just a few inches under his waist, and he yelled when something, probably just a fish, swam through his legs. I had a small cooler packed with drinks and snacks, but the real question was how to get Grandma up the ladder. If we hadn't all been in survival mode, I don't think that we could have done it. Mr. Peterson was a really big guy, but when he suggested carrying my grandmother on his back, well, I was certain that I would have to watch them fall into the water and get carried away. Grandma might have been a good swimmer once upon a time, but she couldn't have stood a chance now. It's a miracle they got up there, especially while it was still raining. I rigged up an old dog leash around the cooler so that I could strap it over my shoulder, and I went up behind them. The water was coming so fast, it nearly took the ladder. But Mr. Peterson held on to it for dear life until I got to the top. We had no clue how long we would be up there, or if help would even come. The rest of our street looked abandoned, but from our new vantage point, we could see people from surrounding neighborhoods already on their rooftops as well. For the most part, we tried to keep Grandma under an umbrella and shield it from the rain, but it wasn't really possible to protect her from all of it. We watched the water rise higher and higher as the day grew dark. We heard all the windows break as the water rushed and shattered them. The noises were just as awful as the rain. We could hear other people screaming and crying as they watched their homes get destroyed beneath them. And I think we all secretly expected the water to rise over the rooftops in the middle of the night. I kept imagining that we would suddenly feel it lapping against our legs, and then a giant wave would carry us away. But thankfully, that didn't happen. The longest night of my life ended with the wildest sunrise I've ever seen. I have no clue when the rain stopped. I just know that I would never in a million years have guessed that I was looking around at our neighborhood. There was nothing but rooftops and water as far as the eye could see, like I was standing in the middle of the ocean. We still didn't know how long we would be stuck there, but we had enough water to last the day, no more. I cried tears of joy when we heard the boats. Overall, we were lucky, as a family and as a community. An unexpected disaster like that could have easily taken so many lives, but only 13 were lost. Yes, it's 13 too many, but it's nothing compared to what it could have been if so many ordinary people hadn't decided to be heroes. We weren't rescued by any of the usual first responders. We, like countless others, were saved by regular people who decided to take their boats out solely for the purpose of rescuing folks like us. They pulled right alongside our house, helped my grandmother in, and took us to the closest shelter before going back for more. Grandma didn't come through it unscathed. She was sick for a long time after. Well, sicker. But she stayed with us for another 6 months. and I still stay in touch with Mr. Peterson and our other rescuers. Well, I guess that's it. That was hands down the most frightening experience of my life, and I hope like hell there never comes a day when it gets pushed to second place. My heart wouldn't be able to take it. Hey all, 45-year-old widower here, and I need some help with a demon. A lot has happened to get me to this point, so I'm just gonna take you through this mess best I can. My wife, Tammy, died just under 2 years ago, during our son's freshman year of college. He took the rest of the semester off, but eventually we had to go back to our lives, so he returned to school after Christmas break. Then it was just me here, alone, with Tammy's memory, and I didn't handle that so well. I started drinking just to fall asleep at night, and next thing you know, bam, I was a full-on alcoholic. For a while, I thought it was under control because I was holding down my job. Turns out my boss was just giving me a little room because of my situation. But that grace period came to an end when I screwed up some paperwork that cost him north of $30,000. The customers appreciated the hell out of me, but somehow that didn't make much of an impact when I was begging John not to fire me. I thought being home alone all night was torture, but I didn't realize how much worse things could get. I had been ignoring my actual schedule and working 7 days a week from opening to closing, so I didn't have to go home. But now I was trapped here, 24/7. That's when the weird shit started happening. Now, I dream about Tammy all the time, and anyone who has lost a loved one knows how hard it is the first few moments after waking up. You forget what's happened, and for a few seconds, life feels normal again. Then reality comes crashing back and you have to relive the grief again. See, that happens to me all the time, but occasionally there's a twist to it. First, I should probably clarify that I've never experienced sleep paralysis before this, and I've always thought the paranormal was just superstitious nonsense. It's all in the months leading up to this. I never once considered seeing a psychic or trying to contact Tammy's spirit. The thought hadn't even occurred to me until she started talking to me in my dreams. During the second week of November, I had my first experience. From the very beginning, I knew it wasn't a normal dream. I wasn't reliving old memories or seeing visions of Tammy's accident. I was in bed, alone, and the only source of light came from a dimming street lamp outside my window. It was just bright enough to reveal a shadowy figure looming next to the door, which I assumed to be an intruder. I tried to jump out of bed, but I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle. I was just stuck lying on my back as this person slowly inched closer. They moved like they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I didn't know who it could be or what they wanted, but then they passed by the window, and I saw it was Tammy. There was no period of confusion where I thought she was still alive. I was fully lucid. The first thought was, this is the realest nightmare I've ever had, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. She didn't look like ghosts do in the movies, not unless it's horror. This wasn't one of those lovely visions where she's at peace or gives me her blessing to move on. No. She looked like she randomly decided to come home and crawled out of her grave. She was on her way to the grocery store when a giant dually truck came flying off on an exit ramp and killed her on impact. The other driver died as well. Apparently, he had left a bar to go pick up a friend. The damage was so bad. I'm sorry. I really can't handle describing it in detail, but she suffered massive trauma. And now she was standing there like she had just stepped out of the wreckage. After she passed the window, the darkness once again distorted her features, but only until she was directly next to me. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly became very much the image of what you would see in a movie. She was glowing and beautiful. She smiled, and all the fear melted away, forgotten. She said that she was still here, unable to move on, and needed my help. Then her soft glow faded back into a shadow and disappeared entirely. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in the morning. I fully believed it was only a dream, but it freaked me out, and unlike other dreams, it didn't fade as the day wore on. I couldn't get it out of my head. Later the next evening, I was watching TV in the den, and Tammy's recliner suddenly popped open, exactly as if she'd sat in it. We have two big leather lazy boys that are pretty worn in. All you gotta do is sit down and slightly lean back for them to pop open. But they've never just randomly opened by themselves. I heard the noise it made when she would sit down. I know you all know what I mean. That distinct sound of the leather stretching and the springs squeaking. I looked over in confusion to literally see an imprint of someone sitting there as the chair leaned back and the footrest came out. A few nights later, I had another nightmare where I woke up paralyzed again. It started with the same horrifying image of Tammy after her accident, but she was glowing by the time she sat next to me. And again, she said something about being stuck here, but she almost sounded far away. Then, the last thing I was able to understand was something about a box in the back of her closet. When I woke up in the morning, there was an awful stench of rotten meat. It almost made me forget about the dream, but then I thought of how random the thing about Tammy's closet was, and I wondered if I smelled something in my sleep. Like maybe my subconscious decided it was coming from the closet. All of Tammy's stuff is exactly where she left it, because I just can't bear to go through it. But I had to get rid of that smell. Well, the only thing I found was a birthday present and a card that she never got to give to me. It had never even occurred to me that she had probably already gotten one. I sat on the floor reading the card over and over for a long time before suddenly realizing the bad smell was gone. I couldn't explain it any more than a dream leading me to that present. So that's when I learned about sleep paralysis on the internet. It kept popping up all over my search results, and most of it matched the actual experience perfectly. Then I started looking into ghosts and reading about other people who claimed to be visited by a dead spouse. I read a lot of stories where someone lost their partner unexpectedly, and neither party could move on, not until they were able to say a proper goodbye. That really seemed to fit with the parts where Tammy said that she was stuck. Well, I couldn't afford to hire a psychic, not while I'm living off of savings and insurance, so I decided to talk to Tammy herself. I might be a sorry piece of shit these days, but the one line I won't cross is driving drunk. I couldn't bear to do to someone else what that bastard did to us. Instead, I overnighted a Ouija board and some candles from Amazon. It didn't work right away. In fact, I almost quit. But then the glass slider piece actually started moving. I about shit myself. But Tammy basically confirmed almost everything that I had assumed. She didn't have the closure that she needed to move on and needed help. But that's as far as we got the first night, because it just suddenly stopped working. Still, for the first time, I had hope again. I drank less and less to the point that I hadn't realized I was down to a 6-pack a day. More things started happening around the house. Sometimes I heard footsteps, or it would suddenly get really cold. During the next sleep paralysis incident, she appeared in glowing form from the beginning. I didn't have to see the nightmare version at all. That time, she said she was getting stronger and asked me to use the board again, saying that she would keep getting stronger until we could have a real conversation. She didn't have to tell me twice. I started using that thing every night, and we talked a little more each time. Occasionally, I smelled the rotten meat again and woke up in a cold sweat. But other times, I would feel a hand on my shoulder or hear her voice and draw strength from it. Then came the night when I had my most intense sleep paralysis episode yet. It felt as real as writing this letter right now. I thought that it was time to say goodbye, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be together again, all of us. When our son came home for Christmas, she expected both of us to join her. She even suggested ways to do it. That's when I knew this thing wasn't Tammy. In my research, I'd seen more than a few cautionary tales, but I never actually read any of them all the way through. I just really wanted my case to be one of the real ones. Deep down, I knew there was something wrong. No one else's stories involved stenches of rotten meat or seeing their loved ones mangled. Certainly, they hadn't been asked to harm themselves or others, at least not until I started reading about demons. I'm trying really hard not to start drinking like I was again, but this has all been too much. I've been ignoring it for the last week, and it's just getting angrier and angrier. It pounds on the doors so hard that they shake, and it tries to slam them when you're passing through. I've woken up with scratches on my neck, my back. My son comes home for Christmas in 5 days. I'm afraid for his safety, but if I say why, he'll think that my drinking has gotten worse. Well, seeing is believing, so maybe we'll go to my brother's once he knows I'm not crazy. Of course, I would much rather get rid of this thing. I'm willing to try a priest, but I don't go to church, and the ones I've called have all hung up on me. I even visited a few, but they ended up asking me to leave. I really don't know what to do. Last year, New Year's ended up being pretty crazy. It honestly set the tone for the rest of the year, so I'm happy to see this one come to a close. It's obviously been about a year since the incident, but it still gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. So, here's what went down. My friends and I decided to celebrate the New Year at a popular bar in Capitol Hill. Now, I won't name the bar, but let's just say that it's well known for its vibrant atmosphere and eclectic crowd. We were excited to ring in the new year and have a great time, which is usually the case when you decide to step out and celebrate. As the night progressed, a man caught our attention. He seemed harmless at first, but there was something off about him. He hovered near our group, making us feel pretty uncomfortable, with his intense gaze, accompanied by no words for the longest time. He approached us with a strange, forced smile, striking up a conversation that wasn't immediately intelligible. This man, who we later learned went by the name of Eric, started making creepy remarks that made our skin crawl. The first that we could understand through his mumbles was, "Can I pay you guys?" Which he then said even louder to one of my friends, "Can I pay you guys to take your clothes off somewhere private?" My friend was trying to relay the messages between us as he made inappropriate comments about our appearances. I don't even want to repeat most of them, but they usually involved us being naked and how our bodies were sexy, but also things like "you fucking whores," followed by laughter. Lots of unsettling, creepy things as his eyes lingered on us for far too long. It was evident that he was making us feel uneasy, and the friendly atmosphere of the bar quickly turned sour for us. By the time we all knew what was going on, we had managed to get away from him, or at least we thought we did. But we turned around, and there he was. But to make matters worse, Eric began invading our personal space. He would lean in too close, invading our personal boundaries, and he escalated to touching us, which made us cringe. It was clear that he had no concept of personal space or respect for our comfort levels. We desperately wanted to escape his clutches and enjoy the rest of our night in peace. My friend went to grab security for the club, but in those few moments before they arrived, we felt like sitting ducks. After enduring his unsettling presence for what felt like an eternity, we decided enough was enough. We made a plan to ditch him discreetly, hoping he wouldn't follow. We headed in the direction of the bathrooms at first, but then a beeline for security. We made it to our friend and pointed in the direction of the man, but we didn't stick around to find out what happened. We were relieved that someone else knew about him and that we had managed to escape his creepy, prying eyes. We decided that that was the last that we'd see of him, and we made our way to another club. Halfway there, we noticed that just behind a group of maybe 3 or 4 people was Eric. Most of us noticed him immediately upon looking, but a couple kept walking. We ducked into a restaurant after calling after them. The place was absolutely packed, as was everywhere on New Year's. But this was also the kind of place that wasn't welcoming walk-ins. We explained the situation to the hostess and said that we just wanted to wait for someone that we felt was potentially dangerous and following us to pass. We watched as he almost passed the restaurant, only to stop and open the door. Surprised by the amount of people, he at first didn't see us. Then he spotted either me or my friend or both and started walking towards us, only to be interrupted by a man who'd heard us telling the story to the hostess. The man told Eric to leave, to turn around and get out of the restaurant. He didn't put up any sort of fight. He didn't like that sort of attention on him. That was clear. Before leaving the restaurant ourselves, we called our 2 friends who'd kept walking. I got a hold of one, who was with the other. She'd heard us say that it was him and to come here, but since they were far ahead of us, they just kept walking for a minute, where she explained to our other friend that they needed to duck into the next bar or restaurant because the dude from the club was following them. She then said moments before my call, she had watched the guy start flipping out after leaving our restaurant. He was waving his arms, screaming at random people, and eventually took off in the opposite direction of downtown. Even though he was leaving the festivities, we ended up calling it a night early. Didn't even watch the ball drop or anything from the apartment. We didn't feel too sorry for ourselves, though. After all, we were all right? Fast forward a couple of months later, we stumbled upon a news story that made our stomachs drop and absolutely blew our minds. The same man, Eric, who'd made our New Year's Eve so uncomfortable. He'd been arrested for a heinous crime in a town not too far from Seattle. The news reported that he had stabbed and killed a couple in a horrifying act of violence. Learning about the fate of that man, we couldn't help but wonder what could have happened if we hadn't managed to escape that night. It was a sobering reminder of how important it is to trust our instincts and look out for each other's safety. So, trust your gut. If someone gives you the creeps, don't hesitate to remove yourself from the situation. Stay safe out there. Always be aware of your surroundings. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for. And I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist, and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car. Taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The women stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late, and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first 2 doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of 2 shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there were 2 completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. Okay, I got a story about a girl named Mary and her goat. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never went back after Rumspringa. I warn you all now, I'm more than happy to answer questions about Mary and her lamb, but I had a hard childhood, so if people start flooding the comment section with stupid questions about life in the 1800s, this post is getting deleted. So, Mary was my age, and we were friendly but not particularly close. In fact, that's how Mary was with everyone. The only living creature she shared a connection with was that damn goat. I think it was possessed by something, but you can decide for yourselves. When we were 11, Mary's goat was born and rejected by its mother. It's rare, but it happens. Sometimes one of the other mothers might adopt the outcast, but that wasn't the case here. Mary's father wanted to put the goat down. That's just how they handle that sort of thing. But Mary threw a fit, and her parents decided that it would be good for her to learn a hard lesson, so they agreed. She named the goat Cotton and treated it like a human. At first, it was like her own baby. She cooed and cawed at it and pulled it everywhere in a wagon. Then, as it grew older, it became more like her friend. It followed her to school, to town, to church, everywhere. She didn't even have to tie it up. It would just sit outside waiting for her to return. Finally, when we were 13, she began treating it more like a parent. She was afraid to linger after school because Cotton might get angry, or she would become unreasonably upset if Sunday service was taking too long. Everyone knew it was a problem by then, but her parents didn't know what to do. They didn't expect it to survive, but once it did, they couldn't very well take it away from her. Plus, looking back with an adult's perception, I think they were scared of it. I bet that they had some terrifying experiences while living with it for years. At first, it just creeped people out, everyone, including me, Felt like the look in its eyes was a little too knowing. I understand how that sounds, but I literally mean everyone. I just can't explain it except that when he looked at you, it felt exactly like a human stare, like it really saw you. Then there was the weird stuff that would happen when it was around. One Sunday, we had a picnic after church. All the kids played while the parents talked and visited. I was with Mary, Cotton, and 3 other kids. One was a boy our age named Peter, who was known for climbing trees, especially the one that we were gathered around. He didn't even climb as high as he usually did. He just sat on one of the lower branches while we all laughed and joked. Then he said something about the goat that involved cooking him with his grandmother's special sauce. Cotton was eating grass right in the middle of our little group, but we all watched as it stopped and turned its attention upwards. The branch Peter was sitting on, and only that branch, suddenly began to shake. There was no wind whatsoever. Nothing else moved, and it didn't shake dramatically or anything, just enough for Peter to lose his balance. We screamed when he fell, and the adults rushed over. He broke his arm, but was otherwise fine. On a separate occasion, my dad was helping the other men build a new barn when Mary came along with her goat. She was bringing her father some lunch, but one of the other men began giving her a hard time about Cotton being in the way. He was just an ornery old man who didn't like children, but most kids didn't have a demon goat to take offense. A few minutes later, that same man fell from the top of a ladder and broke his back in 2 places. There were a ton of stories like this about Cotton. I could spend hours listing them all, but I'm trying to stick to incidents that I or my family witnessed firsthand. The kid who lived next door to Mary said that he once looked out his window to see the goat walking on its 2 legs in the middle of the night. But I don't know if he was telling the truth, and I don't want something like that to take away from the very real issues our community experienced with this thing. By age 14, none of the other kids wanted anything to do with Mary. We avoided her like a plague, and Cotton seemed to prefer it that way. He especially hated other males. If anyone but Mary's father approached her, the goat would lower its head and try to ram them with its horns. Then there was the night Mary's family lost 7 cattle. I'll never forget the next morning when their neighbor came knocking at our door. He was gathering the men to help dispose of the bodies and Cotton. My mother made me stay inside that day. All the women and children had to, while my father didn't return until late that night. I stayed up so I could eavesdrop on my parents' conversation. Otherwise, I would never know what really happened out there. When Mary's father went out to the pasture that morning, he discovered 7 cows lying dead in a perfect circle, and the goat standing in their center. It didn't move or make a sound as he approached. It only stared at him. He said it felt like Cotton wanted him to come into the circle, like something was pulling at him. When he came to his senses, he was much closer than he believed himself to be, and he was officially done with that goat. He retrieved his rifle, but the weapon wouldn't fire. That's when he got his neighbor, but they had no better luck with the other man's rifle. Finally, they threw a rope around Cotton's neck and drug it into the woods. But just as they began taking it away, Mary ran from the house screaming. Her mother had kept her away all this time. She shouldn't have known anything about what was happening. But somehow, she did. The neighbor's son had to help keep her inside while her goat was dragged into the woods. My dad said it sounded human, that the further they took it, the more it sounded like a frightened child. But when they reached a clearing and tied it to a tree, it suddenly began to sound like some kind of demon. Even tied up, it fought them every step of the way. Several men were cut by its horns, and one man inexplicably cut his own hand instead of Cotton's throat. But eventually, they were able to kill it. My dad's voice became even softer when he described the black blood that first poured from its neck. It was only for a moment before it changed to the normal color, but for those who saw it, it was just one more impossible piece of evidence that something wasn't right with that goat. At my high school, there was one building that was older than the rest. It was the smallest building on campus, and by the time I went there, it was only used for wood shop and mechanics, 2 classes I never took. Rumor had it that the bathrooms over there were disgusting and horrifying, and that if you were between portables in the newer buildings, you might as well hold it and keep going. Avoid at all costs was sort of the mantra. Easy enough, each building has ample bathrooms that weren't so far away from each other. It was possible. Easy enough until junior year. Junior year, my boyfriend was in mechanics, 6th period. Since I had a free period, I would visit him in that building all the time. The teachers in these areas were, for lack of a better word, more chill. They didn't care about your hall passes, if you should or shouldn't be there. They just cared that you wore safety gear while you were inside the actual shop. One day, I'd already made my way to the shop. I'd already put on the gear and realized I had to pee. I remembered the lore behind this horrific bathroom, but I figured, how bad could it be? I gave a wave to my boyfriend and headed towards the bathroom. It sat between the mechanic shop and the wood shop, tucked in the back of a hallway lined with small lockers for students to hold their belongings. The first thing I wasn't a fan of was how cold it was in there, and that the lights didn't automatically turn on like the other bathrooms. It was old, all right, but all in all, I wasn't seeing what the big deal was. Once I got the lights on, I didn't see anything that stuck out as immediately more disgusting than any other public restroom. I even felt comfortable putting my goggles on the counter. They looked clean. So I go about my business, and as I'm finishing up, I hear the sound of hard plastic bounce and hit the tile floor, followed by a couple of distinct footsteps. Naturally, I freeze because, what the fuck? I lean down as far as I can from my seated position and confirm the sound was my goggles hitting the tile, but I didn't see anything to explain the footsteps. Not gonna lie, I was creeped out, so I sped things up and got myself into a slightly less vulnerable position. As soon as I flushed the toilet, the lights went out. At first, I assumed it was a timer or something, but the more I stood there in the dark, I questioned my own logic. They weren't like the other buildings. This had to be my boyfriend fucking with me. Looking under the stall wouldn't do me any good now in the dark, so I jumped out of the bathroom stall in an attempt to scare my boyfriend or whatever other creep was inside. Nobody screamed, so I lunged for the light switch and turned the lights on, only the switch was still flipped upwards. The lights should have been on. I quickly opened the door to see if anyone else was around, but it was empty, and all the other lights in the building were on. It was quiet. Then, I heard the sound of rushing water. The sound of a toilet flushing. It scared me so much that I literally just ran out of the bathroom and towards the end of the hallway. I turned around and just stood there for a moment. I thought if someone else was there that they would walk out any second, and then I could just move on. After a couple of minutes, I figured I might as well go check it out, grab my goggles, wash my hands, see who the fuck was in there. The first thing I noticed was the light switch was now flipped down. Maybe I did that in my panic. I couldn't remember, so I flipped them on. They did as lights should do and turned on. I grabbed my goggles and noticed that all of the stall doors were open. Before washing my hands, I thought, let's just see if maybe one of these toilets is an automatic flush. I can accept faulty wiring or poor plumbing. Except not. They were all the same toilet. The bathroom was old, and for all I knew, these were the original toilets. Nothing automatic or fancy about them. Washing my hands, I was still trying to run through any and all possibilities in my head. I decided that I would stay in there for a moment, see if the lights did the same thing. I walked into the same stall and sat there for a while. I got my phone out and set a timer for 5 minutes. I knew that was far too long, but figured it was better safe than sorry. Sitting there, even in the light, I decided there was something horrifying about this bathroom. It just had nothing to do with its hygiene. The light stayed on, but as I sat in silence, I started to hear small sounds. I wasn't imagining them. I could hear the sounds of the shop in the distance, people laughing, metal clinking, but I also heard footsteps from within the bathroom, the unmistakable sound of someone walking. And this time, I realized it was 3 steps clearly, and the 4th one faded out. I was so entranced by this realization that I forgot to be scared for a moment, until my alarm went off, causing me to nearly drop my phone in the toilet. I managed to save it that time, but moments after, before I could leave the stall, I felt someone tap my shoulder. It was so clearly the feeling of someone's finger tapping me that I screamed. I proceeded to actually drop my phone in the toilet. Retrieving the phone became my new focus. I grabbed my phone, dried it off the best I could before leaving, but I listened once more. I heard nothing. I was pissed that I hadn't thought to record it before my phone became waterlogged, and I was pissed about the phone too. I stomped out of the bathroom and went to tell my boyfriend what had just happened, but the whole class was gone. I walked through the shop and towards the back outdoor garage. The entire class had been out there for at least 10 minutes. They were working on oil changes today, so my boyfriend, along with a few others, were currently under the shop vehicles working. I decided to cut out and head back to the main building towards the library. I still couldn't believe everything that had happened. I texted my boyfriend that he could find me at the library, and eventually he did. I finally told him everything, and instead of taking me seriously, he laughed and said that they all assumed I was just taking a shit. I was not impressed, so I basically kept my little ghost story to myself after that. And honestly, truly, secretly wished that someday, whatever it was, would scare the shit out of him too. Unfortunately, I never got that satisfaction, and something tells me that even if something did happen, none of those guys would have ever said a word. Either way, that place was haunted or something. I stuck to using any other bathroom for the remainder of my high school career, because sure, it's fun to think about now, but at the time, it was scary as fuck. Always been curious if anyone else ever experienced anything there. It's been up and running for a long time. I've also wondered if I just so happened to talk to the one guy too stupid to realize if something was haunted or not. Who knows, but thanks for reading. I live in a city 6 hours away from my hometown, so I can only really afford to drive back for the holidays. Sadly, my mom passed away earlier this year, and I hadn't been able to visit her grave since the funeral. I felt awful about not being able to make the drive sooner, so I really wanted the cemetery to be my first stop when I got to town. Well, I've never been the most punctual person, and it ended up being past midnight when I finally arrived. I wasn't frightened of being in a cemetery so late, but I was ready for some sleep and trying to move fast. The only problem is that it's a really big cemetery, so I got a little turned around trying to find her. After at least 5 or 10 solid minutes of aimless wandering, I realized I had to pee really bad. I hadn't used the bathroom since leaving the house 6 hours in a giant Route 44 power rate ago. It was so late, and I was so far away from the road that I really didn't see anything wrong with stepping away from the graves and relieving myself on a tree. Sue me, I was dying. Afterwards, I decided to make the loop one more time before calling it quits, but right before the turnaround point, I suddenly heard a set of footsteps behind me. I spun around, shocked that anyone else would be there, but I saw no one. That freaked me out. I was positive that I had heard someone on the narrow concrete path just behind me. I called out a few tentative hellos, but there was no response either. Creeped out, I quickened my pace and focused more on getting back than looking for Mom. Ahead, a stretch of the pathway was lined with shady trees on either side, forming a dark tunnel. Inside, there was a tall, dark shadow figure, barely distinguishable from the darkness around it. The sight of it made my blood run cold. It's like it was radiating malice. I've never felt such a sudden and intense shift in the very atmosphere. When I called out another hello, it turned and began charging towards me. I was so startled that I fell over backwards, and sat there frozen until the shadow man vanished a few feet away from me. And just like that, it was gone, and the only thing left was a blast of cold air. When I calmed down enough to rise, I walked around the tunnel of trees, too frightened to walk beneath them, and I hurried back to my car. But I think it followed me to my dad's house. We'd never experienced anything remotely paranormal there, yet that night something woke us up, banging on the front door just after 3 a.m. I had been in bed for less than an hour when it happened. Dad came to the entryway a few seconds after myself, and we stared at the Ring doorbell camera as nothing pounded on the door like we owed it money. Worried that it would wake the neighbors, Dad ripped it open mid-knock, and everything fell instantly silent. There was nothing and no one outside. Not knowing what else to do, we returned to bed and slept the rest of the night, but things only got worse over the following days. We've seen stuff fall off of shelves without being touched. Weird cold spots will randomly form and disappear all around the house. And last night, Dad saw a tall shadow figure standing at the foot of his bed. Now it's worth noting, I didn't tell him anything about my experience at the cemetery. He's always been a very logical man. I didn't want him to worry about me losing my mind. Yet he saw the exact thing that I saw, and even felt the same thing that I felt. He said that it gave off such an intensely evil aura that he had never even considered the possibility of an intruder. Whether it was a demon, Satan himself, or something else entirely, he had no clue, only that it wished him harm. He was frozen with fear, and despite having the heat cranked up to a ridiculous 74, it was cold enough to see his breath. Eventually, it disappeared into thin air, and he fell back asleep. He described it to me as a nightmare, but he was so shaken up that I can tell he doesn't believe it was a dream. If I hadn't experienced what I did, or even if I had just told him what had happened, I could probably convince myself that's all it was. But come on, I don't know what to do about any of this. I just know that I can't bring a demon or whatever this is back into his house and then go back to school after New Year's. I can't. God knows he's been through enough. Well, we both have. So I guess my real question is, am I right about this thing being a demon? And if I am, what the hell do I do now? I tried Googling it, but that was pointless. I don't even know where to begin. I didn't realize how complicated all of this stuff could get, and I just want to be done with it. I'm going to tell Dad everything as soon as he gets home from work. Then maybe we can figure it out together. After what he saw last night, I don't think I'll have any trouble convincing him. Okay, well, wish me luck, I suppose. My name's Natalie, and my family is from Kansas. I drove back over Labor Day weekend for a small reunion, and I met my uncle's new wife for the first time. Mary is the most laid-back woman I've ever met. If the world was burning around her, she would just shrug it off and light a joint. Have you ever noticed how those kinds of people have the most interesting stories? Mary was raised in a cult, and if you get a few drinks in her, she'll tell you all about it. I asked her permission to share this story, and she agreed on the condition that I leave out the cult's name. Her biological father left before she turned 3, and her mom married a man named Sam less than a year later. Sam was already a member of the cult, had 4 kids, and his wife had died giving birth to the last one. Mary and her mother moved into his house, which was owned by the church, and she was raised to believe her stepdad and siblings were her biological family. She didn't learn the truth until she turned 18, and her real father contacted her. He was sober now, and that's actually a whole different story, but not one that belongs here. Anyway, Mary said her mother drank the Kool-Aid and licked the bowl when she was done. The woman dedicated her entire being to the church, and so did Mary's 3 older siblings. Only she and her younger sister questioned whether their family, as in the whole cult, not just her parents and siblings, was really as special as everyone said. They weren't allowed to go to real school. All the cult kids went to a school at the compound. There was a daycare for the young ones, a class for grades 1 through 6, and a class for grades 7 through 12. Each class usually had between 10 or 20 kids, and from daycare, they're taught very specific things. First and foremost, that their wise and benevolent leader, Pastor John, was the holiest man on earth, much more so than the pretender we call the Pope. They're told the Catholic Church is run by Satanists, that it's basically one big scam, which, to be clear, I'm not defending them by any means. I'm just saying they don't actually have demons inside of them or trick people into worshiping the devil. At least they probably don't. But here, Mary said they were given tests where they were made to write out all of the reasons that Pastor John was our leader. Apparently, God spoke to Pastor John. He was chosen to seek out the righteous and guide them into a new age of prosperity. All the usual hogwash. He was also immune to disease and toxins, didn't need to eat or sleep, and my personal favorite, he never needed to shit. Though I guess that makes sense if you never had to eat. If you're like me, you're probably wondering how someone convinced so many people of such insanity. Well, Mary is almost 60 now, so it was a different time back then. But the snakes are what really did it. Once a month, Pastor John would prove his worthiness by bringing a poisonous snake into the chapel and allowing himself to be bitten. It was usually a rattlesnake. They made for the best show because of the extra noise, or sometimes they would find a cottonmouth or copperhead, but the act was always the same. Pastor John would have one of his guys walk the snake up and down the aisles so that everyone could get a good look at its fangs, and then they would return to the altar where it would be placed back into its cage, which was just a clear tote box from the dollar store. The pastor would then roll up his pant leg and place his foot in the box. The snake always struck. The crowd always gasped, and then everyone sat in awed silence until they felt the pastor was not going to fall over dead. Then came the applause. This routine went on until a few months before Mary turned 18. She had been secretly planning to leave the cult on her birthday, but it disbanded before she got a chance. Somehow, Pastor John got his hands on a real, live king cobra. One of his guys tried to walk it down the aisles like usual, but it put up too much of a fight. In fact, he was having trouble just getting it back to the altar. At one point, it almost got away from him. So the pastor rushed forward to help, and at the exact moment he lunged, the long-ass snake slipped loose from the man's grip, struck Pastor John in the neck, and slithered away. Screams erupted all over the chapel. The women and children ran to the exits while the men were divided between those of the inner circle and those of the congregation. Those from the congregation, like Mary's stepfather, thought that the loose snake was their only problem. Those from the inner circle understood they needed to get Pastor John to the hospital, but didn't know how to get him there without exposing their lies. Ultimately, they argued amongst themselves for so long that the pastor died, right there on the floor. That's when it was revealed that all the other snakes had had their venom drained beforehand, and just to be extra cautious, they also kept vials of the antidote on hand. But the king cobra had been poorly researched. They had no clue how much more dangerous it was than what they were used to handling. No one ever discovered where the snake came from. Obviously, it wasn't just roaming the Kansas wilds, or who was supposed to be responsible for draining the venom. I'm not saying I'm glad a man died, but I'm glad that all those people got their lives back. Mary said folks were emotionally destroyed, and many experienced thoughts of ending it all. But for the most part, everyone came out on the other side for the better, just each in their own time. I was homeless in my 20s thanks to a gambling addiction, but then I found a job cleaning up at an old bar in the middle of nowhere. It was the perfect place to avoid the casino's call. There were only 5 or 6 customers at any given time, and they were all too old and drunk to cause any trouble. That being said, I'm not sure how the place stayed open, but I got paid and that's all that mattered. They closed at 2 a.m., and I would sweep up after starting the dishwasher. Eventually, I was trusted to close up on my own, so I started taking sponge baths in the bathroom sink, and I would smoke a few cigarettes out back before crashing behind the counter. I was in full survival mode. The back area was just a miles-long grass field with a forest at the other end. Nothing special. Sometimes I would lay on the ground and look up at the stars while I smoked and daydreamed. I didn't know which were stars or planets or where any of the constellations were, but that didn't make it any less serene. It actually became my favorite part of each day. Then one night I had an experience that made me terrified of being outside at night. What I thought to be a shooting star streaked across the sky, then came to a sudden halt and began emitting a soft green glow. It only sat motionless for a minute before moving again, and this time it was coming towards me. It grew bigger, little by little, until coming to another stop. I can't tell how high it was, but it looked like it was hovering directly over the back of the field. Next, the light started getting brighter until it hurt my eyes. I tried looking away, but I could still see the pale green light even through my eyelids. It made me dizzy, and I must have passed out because I only remember flashes after that. When I next opened my eyes, I was still on the ground, and 3 tall gray beings were standing over me. They were humanoid in shape, but very different in appearance. Their heads were huge, with big, bulbous black eyes, straight out of something from an old sci-fi movie, and they only had small slits for nostrils and mouths. Before I could even register more or even comprehend my situation, everything went black. The next time I regained consciousness, I was lying on something cold and metallic inside of a white room. Or maybe the lights were so bright, it only looked white. I can't be sure. It's almost like a fever dream. Then a voice began to speak in my mind, telling me to sleep, and the world went black yet again. There was also a flash of being taken back into the bar. I have the vaguest memory of being carried up the porch steps, the sound of padded feet on the wooden deck. The final time I woke, it was 9 a.m., and I was in my sleeping bag behind the counter. My head hurt like the worst hangover of my life, and I spent 10 minutes in the bathroom, puking up a bunch of thick, clear liquid. I was still nauseous for most of the day afterwards, but there was no more mystery fluid spewing out of me. That night, when I cleaned myself, there were small, quarter-sized bruises on my chest, abdomen, thighs, and biceps. They were sore to the touch, but faded a few days later, along with the random dizziness that would suddenly overtake me. There was nowhere I could go. I had to continue working at the bar for another 6 months before I could buy a car and get out of the backwoods. But I never smoked after dark again. I don't know what the hell happened to me in that field, and I honestly don't want to know. I just don't think my mind would recover if I knew everything. This is the first time I've even thought about it in over 15 years, and I just couldn't stop, so I decided to share the experience. I have a life with a real family and a good job now. I didn't feel comfortable telling any of them about my ordeal, lest I sound crazy, but this seemed like a safe place to put it. I almost prefer that I was crazy, but it was all just far too real. When I was a young teen, my best friend and I spent a summer surfing the Ouija board. Mostly we just asked silly, mundane questions, and mostly we got answers that seemed to fit. There was never a specific spirit or entity associated with our Ouija board explorations, and we never felt threatened in any way. Until the day that all changed. One day, a specific personality started to communicate with us. He was male and forceful. He would tell us to do things. Harmless things like taking a poster off the wall or something. But still, it was weird. I asked him his name, which he provided. I don't remember it anymore, so I'll call him Gordon. I asked him where he had lived before becoming a spirit. He gave an address in a nearby small town. I never went to this small town, so no idea if it was real or not, but I had a map so I could look it up. It was real. I asked my sister to drive me there. I was still too young to drive, just to check it out. My friend was spooked and didn't want to go, so my sister and I go to this address. An ordinary-looking house in a wooded cul-de-sac. Nobody was around, so I knocked on the door. No answer. I'm not willing to give up, so I knock at the next-door neighbor's door. A guy answers. He looks like he's maybe in his 50s or 60s. Too young to be old in my eyes, but older than my parents or the parents of my friends at school. I asked him if he knew the man who I'm now calling Gordon, if he ever lived in the house next to him. He thinks for a minute, gets a little faraway look in his eye, and then says yes, someone named Gordon did used to live there. But he disappeared about 15 years ago, and nobody knew why or what had become of him. He couldn't tell me anything more, just said that he didn't remember anything about Gordon other than he lived there and then he didn't. I couldn't wait to get home and tell my best friend. I couldn't wait to pull out the Ouija board and find out more. When we did, Gordon came through right away. He was more aggressive than ever, insisting we do this and that, draw this, gather that. It felt creepy, even though none of it was hurtful or inappropriate. It just felt wrong. I asked why he wanted us to do these things, and he only grew more insistent, more edgy, more dangerous feeling. I said, no, we're not going to do it. Why do you want it so badly? He understood that I had drawn a line, one that I wouldn't cross. Then he told us that if we had done what he'd asked, then he could get us to trade places with him, whatever the fuck that meant. And then, on the board, it just spelled out, ha, ha, over and over again, faster, until it eventually stopped. Damn. Poke my eyes out with a stick so I never have to see that again. It freaked us both out, and that was the last time we ever did the Ouija board. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, new reduced price. It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tohola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she gonna say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place anytime the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. So, I love paranormal stuff, but I'm a huge skeptic. I think it's fun to pretend ghosts and demons exist, but no random story on the internet was ever going to convince me that they were real. I may have to see it kind of guy, and now I've seen it, so I'm contributing my own unbelievable experience to the internet's collection. Most of my friends have always been superstitious, so I decided to go all out for my birthday party. Every year they come over for a night of drinking and general shenanigans, and they thought that this one would be the same, yet what they actually got was a full-blown seance. I got a Ouija board, a crystal ball, tarot cards, crystals, candles, the works. But I was especially proud of myself for the rigged noises. I connected 2 old phones to a couple of small, well-hidden speakers in the living room, and I downloaded an app for special alarms. Then all I had to do was put the phones in a junk drawer and wait. At 4 specific times, various sound effects would play, like knocking or footsteps. It could have all easily failed, but I honestly thought I had a decent chance at pulling it off. Plus, the price for getting caught was only enduring a bit of ridicule. Not to brag, but I'm a pretty good sport when it comes to that kind of thing. In the end, 4 of my 7 guests decided to play. Honestly, better than I expected. I didn't want to make anything too obvious, so we messed around with the tarot cards before bringing out the Ouija board. The girls almost left, but I convinced them to stay. After all, it was in a children's game box. They also checked the table for any tricks, but my devices were well out of their search radius. Again, I started off slow to see if we were going to have any other pranksters in the mix. And sure enough, we did. I thought one or possibly all of them would be giving me a little birthday scare. So I didn't flinch when they adamantly denied being the pushers and accused me instead. I also kept a tight poker face when the spirit claimed to be my grandpa. Everyone there knew his name and how close we were. Then it all suddenly made sense. They knew I was planning something, so they were setting the scene before I could. Well, game on as far as I was concerned. The time had finally come. The knocking alarm was set to sound in 1 minute. "Grandpa, are you alone?" I asked, sliding the planchette to no, then back to the center. "Are any other spirits here as well?" Again, I slid the planchette to no, and then back to the center. A noticeable unease spread through the table, and it was hard not to smile. With a low, solemn tone, I continued, "Is there a demon here? With you? With us?" No one breathed as we sat staring at the planchette. Then came the sound of frantic knocking on the closet door. One of the girls actually started crying. I now had roughly 2 minutes to set up an opening for the footsteps that would sound next to the hallway. "Was that you, Grandpa?" I asked innocently, and slid the planchette to no, yet again. "Then who was it?" I felt a surge of annoyance as someone else began moving the planchette before I could. It spelled N-E-D, Ned, and my stomach dropped to my knees. Ned was the awful man from the nightmares I had when, and only when, I was living at Grandpa's old house. I've never told a soul about him until now. In my dreams, I would have a bird's eye view of myself asleep in bed, only I wasn't alone. There was always a sickly, thin, elderly man lying next to me, just staring at my motionless form. If I tried to call out a warning, the old man would turn to glare at me with the most hateful scowl. Sometimes he would attack me if I persisted in trying to wake myself up. Eventually, Grandpa got a new house that didn't give me nightmares, and I forgot that Ned existed until his name appeared on that Ouija board. I'm positive there's no way my friends could have known about him. I was instantly ready to stop, but I didn't want the others to know how frightened I really was. I asked a few simple questions that didn't receive answers, hoping someone else would be the one to suggest quitting, but no such luck. I was the birthday boy, after all. But then Wes blurted out, "Can we see you?" In the planchette spelled DREAM. Dream. That was officially all I could handle. I rose from the chair, and at the same moment, the chair at the opposite end of the table fell backwards with a loud crash. No one was sitting close enough to have touched it. Thankfully, everyone left soon after that, and we didn't talk about any of it. I doubt we ever will. I didn't even notice the footsteps and other alarms failed to sound until much later, after everyone had gone home. When I checked the devices, they were both shut off, even though the batteries were fully charged. If this wasn't bad enough, I've now dreamed of Ned twice since, and the first time happened that same night. The nightmares are identical to the ones I had as a kid, only now I'm looking down at my adult body. I think I really screwed up this time. Is anyone able to tell me what I should do? Hey, so my friend Dallas just told me this weird story about a party that she went to last night. She made me promise not to tell, so shh, but I'm gonna tell you. Just change her name to a city or something. Okay, so this morning, my phone had a bunch of missed calls and texts from Dallas asking if I was at Donnie's or if I was at home and if she could come over. The house party she was at was apparently a couple blocks down from my apartment, like on Clinton by the 7-Eleven. I'm reading through these messages and they're getting progressively more unsettling as I go. Then her last message said that she's running to my apartment. Please be home. These were all sent around 3 a.m. last night, the last one being 3:42. But I got these messages after 9 a.m. when my phone turned back on while driving home from Donnie's. I'm like, oh shit, did this bitch get her ass murdered last night? Like, what's going on, you know? So I'm calling her over and over on the freeway, but it goes straight to voicemail every time. Then I get to my apartment, and I find her fast asleep on my welcome mat, still in her cupcake costume. I'm shocked that none of my neighbors have called the cops or checked to see if she was alive by the time I got there. She had sticks and leaves and shit all up in her hair, and she was all sprawled out like a dead body up against my door. Like, I thought that's what I was walking up on. I kicked the bottom of her heel and was like, Dallas? Boom. She fucking wakes up and scrambles to her feet with this crazy look on her face. I'm like, holy shit, girl, what happened? Dallas starts bawling and hugs me. We're out in the hallway for a little bit, just hugging as she sobbed. After she let go, I let us into the apartment. Dallas walks to the love seat and crashes down on it. I again say, girl, what happened last night? She says some really creepy kids showed up at the party last night with all black eyes. I asked if it was a costume, and she was like, no, they weren't wearing costumes. They looked to be about 12 or 13. She'd seen someone let them in and was standing next to the owner of the house. So they both saw these kids, way too young to be at this party, come inside. Then they all separate and walk in different directions through the small crowd of people. The owner's like, what the fuck, and walks over to the guy who let them in. He tells him one of the kids said that their mom was inside, asking if they could go look for her. Homeowner doesn't believe the story, and Dallas watches him beeline it to the closest one that he can catch. When he gets to the kid, he spins her around by the shoulder. But as he's interrogating her, his nose starts to leak like a faucet, so much that the guy had to plug it with his t-shirt and run to the bathroom. The girl he'd stopped then turns and looks directly at Dallas. Then she says the light bulb above her head popped, sending glass down onto her and the people around her. Yeah, multiple light bulbs all exploded over her head at the same time. Nobody around her was paying attention to what was going on, and they were all equally shocked when they got showered in glass. Dallas said these kids were evil, like biblical evil. She's saying that it felt like the little girl was trying to pull her soul out. So that's when Dallas went into the backyard and started texting me. Apparently the girl followed her out there, and when Dallas saw her, she freaked out and ran back inside the house. She said when she went back inside, the vibe of the house had completely changed. The music was off and people were just wandering around, not talking to each other. That's when something in her stomach told her to run. So she did. When her phone died, she just waited outside my door until I got home. No, yeah, this all just happened. She literally just left my place. Fucking weird, right? When my dad was a kid, he saw a lady die on the Matterhorn bobsled ride at Disneyland. He was in one of those sky gondolas as one of the bobsleds was going over a big hill. He saw the lady's seatbelt give way, cutting her loose. Then he saw her sort of bounce out of the coaster, go over the rails, and onto another set of rails below. Still in clear sight, another bobsled comes down the rails that the woman landed on. When they come into contact, she's run over by the bobsled, and it gets stuck on top of her with a sickening crunch of gears and bones, one that could be heard before total chaos broke loose. The people on the bobsled start screaming at the top of their lungs, the front row wiping blood from their eyes and face. My dad watched the whole thing unfold before my grandparents realized what was happening and had the sense to cover his eyes. Apparently, seeing all of that really messed him up. I truly thought it was our family's income that made us a Six Flags family instead of Disney. We technically lived closer to Disney, but Dad always was so against it. Then he would clam up and get grumpy if we'd ask why he felt that way. One summer, I even offered to sell lemonade to help pay for the family's trip. He got really mad about that, but now I think I understand. I'm smoking a cigarette ankle deep in disgusting floodwater down on Atlantic Avenue. I got my big-ass rain boots on, and it's mad raining. People are getting rescued from cars and shit out here. I was standing under the cover of the building, looking out into this monsoon. There was no traffic on the road for obvious reasons, but out of nowhere, a large ripple started to form in the water, like something big was moving through it. Then the swell turned and started coming my way. The waves grew closer, and I stood there wondering what the hell was zipping around like this. Then, all I saw was a huge crocodile parting the wake. The son of a bitch was coming right for me. I should have kicked it in its lizard teeth for the way that it made me put my smoke out and run back inside. It was prehistoric how large this animal was. Snap a grown man up in one bite kind of shit. Never seen anything like it in my life. From the window, I watched it turn away and push itself back into the street river. Has anyone else ever seen this monster croc floating down Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn? Jesus Christ, I'm literally shaking in my boots. Be safe out there, New York. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two before getting weird again. I live in Roswell, New Mexico, and our town thrives on conspiracy theorist nut jobs, which I thought was bull until last weekend. My friend and I took a telescope for one of our overnight camping trips, but this wasn't like other times. We went to sleep shortly after midnight, only to be woken up by a strange, high-pitched screech that grew louder until my teeth were shaking. My friend unzipped one corner of our tent flap to reveal a soft red glow. My heart stopped at the sight of a metallic craft hovering 50 feet over my truck. It was oblong-shaped, just big enough to fit 2 or 3 people inside. It had small, red lights running along the center. It stayed for several minutes before suddenly shooting towards our tent and stopping directly above us. It felt like an eternity as we waited silently, too terrified to move. But eventually, the screeching noise went even higher. Then, silence. No more red glow. Yo, what the fuck was just in my yard? I'm reading a book on the couch in the living room. The TV's off. It's currently 1:36 in the morning, and I'm fucking home alone right now. There's this loud clack at the window next to me, like something hard had just hit the glass. So I set down my book and open up the curtains a little bit. I live on the 2nd floor, and the bushes outside are trimmed probably 3 to 4 feet lower than my window. There's this creepy gnome-looking thing sticking out the top of these bushes, looking up into my window. Its eyes were big and shiny black, very thin white ring before the line of his eyelids. I found my phone by feeling around, but I never stopped looking at this thing. When I found it, I tapped the bottom right-hand corner to open the camera. Then, I quickly lifted my arm and zoomed the screen to get a picture, just as it dug back into the bushes, then out the front. Again, I'm home alone right now. My roommates live downstairs. I'm terrified they didn't lock their sliding glass back door, and I'm too afraid to go check. Our living quarters connect between a set of stairs by the front door. We share the front door to leave. I know that door's locked because I locked it when I came in tonight. This thing, it's nowhere outside. I pressed my head against the window, trying to look as far vertically down as I could. But I couldn't find it. It moved incredibly fast. I'm typing this from my phone right now, still sitting on the couch, now intently listening for any movement downstairs. And holy shit, I think I managed to get this thing in a picture. It's zoomed in and it's grainy as fuck. I can't believe how shitty the resolution looks. My phone isn't the oldest, but half decent light and zoomed in. Here's what you get. Jesus Christ. I circled it in red and outlined it. Like, you can see that, right? It was looking up directly at me. It was not an animal. Clearly a little person with a tall hat. It used 2 arms with hands and fingers to climb back into the bush. I don't know what to do. I was 18 at the time, and my best friend and I had just gotten back to my place after a rave. It was about 3 a.m. We came into the house very quiet, as I was still living with my dad at the time. We were just hanging out in my room when we hear someone screaming. So I peek out the window to see what the hell's going on, as the screaming was extremely guttural. I see a woman wearing a big white t-shirt with her hair over her face, screaming and walking down the block with no shoes. I usher my friend to look. We just look at each other, wide-eyed, observing. She then grabs the sign for the public pool nearby and starts aggressively shaking it and continues to scream. We considered if she needed help, but for real, this woman straight up looked like the Grudge and sounded like a witch from Left 4 Dead. We were scared as hell. She eventually leaves the sign crooked and walks off. This freaked both of us out at the time, since we were pretty young. So we did nothing, and I didn't want to wake up my dad and get in trouble. Now, at 28, I wonder if she needed help, or if she was from the psychiatric hospital nearby.